Hey guys! Today we begin in a place that feels both impossibly close and unimaginably far away. The high ridges of the Rocky Mountains rise sharp against a pale dawn. Peaks still untouched by roads or railways. Their slopes blanketed in silence, so complete that even your own heartbeat feels too loud. Imagine opening your eyes in this world, your nearest neighbor more than 100 miles off. Your morning commute, nothing more than a precarious trail sketched along a cliff face. The men who carved lives here were known simply as mountain men. Figures suspended between rumor and reality. And their daily work would snap most modern souls in half. You probably wouldn't survive this. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're listening right now, drop a comment with your location and your local time. I'm always fascinated by how this community stretches across continents, whether you're in Tokyo, Toronto, or tucked away in a cabin somewhere closer to the Rockies themselves. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your eyes open to a freezing Montana morning. 1834 at first. You notice not the cold which claws into your skin the moment you move, but the silence. It's a silence modern ears almost never hear. So vast, your own breath sounds like thunder rolling across a bowl of snow and stone. Thin light filters through a crude smoke hole above you. Each exhale drifts upward in a faint cloud and disappears before it reaches the roof poles. You're lying on a mattress of pine boughs under a buffalo robe, the hard earth pressing its bruised geometry into your back. No mattress. No second blanket. Just a skin of hide between you and ground locked in ice. Up. A voice cuts through the stillness gruff. Dry. Tinged with a grin you can't see. Rise and shine. Greenhorn. Beavers won't trap themselves. The voice belongs to Elias Crowe, a man with a beard as coarse as steel wool and hands gnarled like oak roots. By 1834, he's already a legend on trails no map claims. Campfire Talk says he once killed 3 Blackfoot with a skinning knife when an ambush went bad, and walked out with nothing but a torn coat and a new scar above his heart. True or not? You believe it. Because the man's presence carries the quiet gravity of someone who's bartered with winter and paid in blood. His way of moving isn't grace. It's economy, the kind born of long, hard practice. It isn't peace. It comes from having seen too much to waste motion. You roll onto your side. Joints popping. Throat raw from smoke. The lean-to you threw together yesterday, just a rib cage of saplings dressed with pine boughs, feels like a palace compared to sleeping under the sky. Outside, your buckskins hang frozen, stiff, on a pole, crackling when you bend the legs to tug them on. They'll soften with your body heat soon enough. Gore-Tex and synthetics belong to some future century. Here you wear what the land and trade can spare: tanned leather trousers, a wool shirt tuned thin by years of use, a fur-lined capote that smells faintly of smoke and animal fat. It's not pretty. It's honest. The world beyond your shelter is painted in silver and blue. You don't know the exact temperature thermometers or rarities this far from St. Louis, but your bones claim 15 below. Your breath streams away like dragon smoke. Crow has a small fire going. A blackened pot perched in the coals. Snow melting to water that will turn to coffee. He doesn't look up when you step out. Thought you might sleep till spring, he says. Coffee's near ready. Best drink the Lord ever permitted, especially when it's cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey. The phrase hangs in the air like a joke from a warmer world. The smell hits first dark. Bitter, promising warmth. City coffee is a nicety. Mountain coffee is medicine. Many trappers would skip food before skipping that tin cup of heat. It isn't just caffeine. It's a thread tied to civilization. A memory of rooms under roofs and conversations that don't end when the fire does. Crow pours. And the tin burns your hands before it blesses them. The first sip is black as midnight and strong enough to hold a spoon upright. Steam curls across your face. And for a moment you can almost forget the sting in your fingers and the ache in your back. Almost. Eat. Crow tosses you a strip of jerky. It's tough as old leather. Demands work from your jaw. And tastes of smoke and salt. Sometimes there's pemmican, dense brick of dried meat pounded to powder and married to rendered fat and berries, but not today. Breakfast on the frontier is not a meal. It's a decision. You slip the jerky into your cheek to soften while the coffee does its slow miracle on your fingers. Wolves. Crow adds, as casually as a shopkeeper mentioning the price of candles. Saw their tracks a quarter mile downstream. Big pack. 10. Maybe 12. Your stomach tightens. Wolves don't usually trouble armed men. But hunger is a gospel that makes converts of everyone. Crow sees the thought cross your face and grins without warmth. They've got sense. They're after the same thing we are food. Keep your head on and your muzzle clear. He kicks snow over the fire with his boot, and the hiss is abrupt. Final. Daylight's wasting. He shoulders his possible's baga-worn leather satchel that holds a man's life, all. Needles. Tinder. Flint and steel. Castoreum to bait traps. Spare flints. A twist of tobacco wrapped like treasure. You take up your rifle. It's a Hawken. Half a pound of trust balanced between wood and iron. Shorter than the long rifles back east and heavier in the barrel. Better suited to close timber and the heavy work of elk and bear. You feel its weight settle into your palms. A promise and a warning in equal measure. The snow crunches crisp and loud under your moccasins as you follow Crow down a game trail toward the river. The light is the color of pewter. Frost fog beads on your eyelashes. Crow moves like the land taught him nothing wasted. Each step placed where it won't betray him, with a squeak or a slide. The lesson is constant. Sometimes spoken. More often not. Watch the wind. Read the bank. Don't step where water flows under snow. Keep the sun's angle in your head. Save your sweat, because wet is death. He points with his chin. Barely a gesture. Hear that? You listen. Not bird stew cold for song. A faint ticking under the wind. River ice flexing. She's moving. Crow says, good sign. Open water means traps'll work. You nod. letting the landscape start to climb into your mind like a map drawn in smells and textures. The river ahead is a dark ribbon cutting through white, its edges armored in crystal. Crow pauses to study the far bank. He never hurries his eyes. "We'll check the 6 we set yesterday. Then place fresh steel higher up." He says, "Watch the current. Spring thaw will raise her again by noon." He doesn't lecture. Not the way men in parlors do. He scatters small truths in your path and waits to see if you notice them. If you miss one, the mountain will underline the lesson later, sometimes in a color you can't wash out. At the river bend, the wind shifts and knifes through your clothes. Your eyes water. Crow stops so suddenly, you almost walk into him. He raises 2 fingers, quiet and tilts his head toward the far bank. You follow his gaze and see nothing at first. Just the patterned chaos of brush and snow. Then a shape resolves, the pale yellow of freshly gnawed birch where bark was stripped in the night. It's a small sign. A sentence no book will ever print. And Crow reads it like scripture. "Fresh work," he whispers, breath feathering into the cold. "They feed there." Means runs below. Remember that. He turns and studies you full on for the first time this morning. Measuring? "You got 2 choices out here." He says, "Learn fast, or get taught slower by the mountain. The second way hurts more." It isn't a threat. It's gravity. He shifts his possibles bag, sets his shoulders against the cold, and steps onto the riverbank where the ice growls softly beneath the current. You follow because there is nowhere else to go. Because a tin cup of coffee and a strip of jerky and a man named Elias Crowe have already pulled you farther from the world you knew than any map could show. Ahead is work and risk and the long arithmetic of survival. Behind is a bed of pine boughs cooling in the wind. Above, a sky as thin as glass. Between those distances, a day begins. The river whispers in tones you've never heard before deep. Gurgling sighs where water runs black between shelves of ice. Each step toward it feels like trespass. Crow kneels, brushing snow away to reveal a faint chain leading under the surface. His movements are sure. No hesitation. Reber, 2-way. No wasted effort. He hauls steadily, and from beneath the ice emerges a gleaming jaw of steel clamped around the drowned body of a beaver. The animal's slick fur glints dark and wet in the weak light, its broad tail hanging limp. Your heart races not from fear, but from a surge of awe. This small animal, common enough back east, is worth more than gold here. Its pelt will end up on a gentleman's hat in Paris or London, while its meat will fill your belly and keep you from starving. Crow grunts in approval. Good placement, he mutters, almost to himself. Then louder, watch close. Ruin the hide and its coin lost. With swift, deliberate strokes, he draws his skinning niffet's blade honed to a silver gleam. The knife slides between fur and flesh as if following an invisible seam. You watch, both fascinated and uneasy, as he works with the practiced calm of someone who has done this hundreds of times. The smell hits you, coppery, raw, and meaty, cut with the musk of wet fur. Your stomach lurches, but you don't look away. Crow's tone never softens, but there's a teacher's cadence buried in it. Edge up, never down. Nick the pelt and you'll lose value. Trading post won't pay for torn work. When he's done, he rolls the hide fur side in and tucks it into his possibles bag. The carcass, stripped but still heavy, he sets aside. Meat's good eating. Waste, nothing. Out here, waste is a death wish. He tosses you the knife. Your turn on the next one. The metal is cold in your hand, biting through the glove. Your palms sweat anyway. As you follow him down the bank, the crunch of snow underfoot feels unbearably loud. The river opens ahead, wider, with sections of broken ice gleaming like shards of glass. The second trap yields another beaver, smaller than the first. Crow crouches beside you, arms crossed, his breath fogging the air. You kneel, fingers trembling as you make the first cut. The hide resists, tough as leather, and your blade wavers. Commit, Crow says sharply. Timid hands make a mess. Bold, but careful. You press harder, tracing the line where fur should separate cleanly. The knife slips, almost cutting too deep, and you hear his growl. Slow down. Feel the grain. Let the steel do the work. His words hang heavy in the stillness, but you obey, adjusting your grip, breathing slow, slowly, raggedly. You peel the hide free. It's not perfect dragged edges, uneven lines, but it's a beginning. Crow inspects your work with the detached eye of a man judging a horse's teeth. Not bad for a greenhorn. You'll get better. Or the mountain will finish teaching. You both move on, trap by trap. Some are empty. Some sprung but barren. Crow resets, each with unhurried precision, showing you how to wedge the jaw underwater. Anchor it to a stout branch. Smear bait castoreum mixed with secret ingredients in a stick above the set. Beavers can't resist their own musk. He explains, dabbing the pungent paste. The smell is foul, almost nauseating, but he grins at your grimace. Think of it like a no trespassing sign in their language. They'll come to challenge it. Then, snap. He demonstrates with his hands, mimicking the brutal close of jaws. At the fourth sight, Crow halts suddenly. His arm shoots up, palm flat. You freeze, heart hammering. Then you see them tracks in the snow, wide and deep. Crow crouches, pressing his hand into the print. His fingers don't reach both edges. He looks up, eyes sharp, grizzly. Big male. Passed less than an hour ago. The words settle like frost in your gut. You glance around nervously, scanning the trees, shadows shifting in the pale light. What do we do? You whisper. Crow's reply is flat. Stay alert. Make noise. Bears don't want to meet us any more than we want to meet them. Most that kill men do it because they're surprised. And just like that, he raises his voice, belting out a bawdy frontier tune about a trapper and a preacher's daughter. His voice carries, rough and unpolished, echoing over the ice. You add your own shaky voice, singing nonsense syllables, until the sound feels less foolish than silence. The mountain listens, and you pray the bear does too. By midday, you've reset the line. 3 more traps placed with frozen fingers clumsy from the cold. Each pelt secured feels like survival measured in inches. But Crow doesn't linger. He studies the horizon, squinting against clouds thickening over the peaks. Weather's turning. He mutters. Air's got that iron taste. Snow's coming hard. We'll need camp before it hits. You nod, though you feel nothing strange in the air. Crow seems to sense the future in ways you can't. He taps his nose. Storm talks. You just don't know how to listen yet. The words sting, but they're true. Out here, ignorance is a luxury that kills. The trek back to camp is heavier, burdened by pelts and meat. Sweat pricks your back despite the cold. And Crow notices. Slow down. Sweat's your enemy in the cold. Get wet. Get dead. You adjust your pace, lungs burning, but grateful for the lesson. When camp finally comes into view, you're bone-tired, shoulders raw, fingers stiff. Crow drops his load near the fire pit, nodding once. Good morning's work. Might make a mountain man of you yet. From his mouth, it feels like a metal pinned to your chest. The fire sparks to life again, smoke curling into the dim sky. Snowflakes begin to fall, soft but steady. You look up, heart thudding at the enormity of it all. This world does not forgive weakness. But maybe, just maybe, you're beginning to learn how to belong. Snowflakes drift heavier as the day deepens. Soft white specks settling on your shoulders and melting into tiny beads. The sky, once a pale gray, now bruises toward slate. Crow glances up with narrowed eyes. Told you, he mutters. Storm's coming fast. We'll work the pelts before it buries us. Back at camp, the work begins not with rest, but with ritual. The hides must be stretched on willow hoops or planks, scraped free of flesh and fat, then left to dry. Crow pulls out his knife, its blade gleaming even in the failing light, and begins the slow, careful labor of preparing the beaver skins. You crouch nearby, mimicking his motions, fumbling at first. He corrects you with sharp flicks of his eyes and clipped remarks. Angle the blade up. Keep the edge away from the fur. One slip, and you've turned silver into rags. The smell is raw, coppery, mixed with the sharp musk of castoreum. Your hands ache. Your breath puffs in the cold, and the snow builds steadily around your lean-to. Yet the rhythm becomes strangely meditative, the scrape of blade, the stretch of hide, the hiss of wind beyond the shelter. You realize this is more than work. It's survival disguised as craft. Every mistake costs coin. And coin out here is food, powder, and life itself. Crow works without wasted motion, humming a tune you don't recognize. Between strokes of his knife, he tells stories not in long yarns, but in fragments. Winter of Haimuibon, snow came so deep, I slept inside a hollow cottonwood. Ate moccasins for supper. Learned you don't waste fat. Not even the rancid kind. He doesn't laugh at his own tale. But you do. Nervously. He lets you. Humor out here isn't about jokes, it's about cutting the silence before it swallows you. By the time the hides are secured on frames, your shoulders burn and your fingers bleed at the cuticles. Crow tosses you a strip of pemmican from his possibles bag. It's dense, greasy, flecked with berries. You chew slowly, tasting smoke and age. This stuff, he says, is the difference between walking out and being buried where you fall. Never forget that. As dusk deepens, the snow thickens, falling in curtains. The fire crackles, throwing shadows against the lean-to walls. You huddle close, exhausted, but Crow doesn't let the day end easily. He points a scarred finger at the horizon. See how the peaks disappear? Storms close now. In the high country, storms move faster than men. One wrong judgment and you're meat for wolves. He pokes the fire with a stick. Sparks spiraling upward. You want to survive. Greenhorn, learn to listen. Not just to me. To the land. The wind. The birds. Mountain talks all the time. She don't forgive men who won't listen. The words settle in you, heavier than the snow. You look at your hands raw, swollen, clumsy, and wonder how many more lessons they can bear before they break. Yet beneath the fatigue, something sparks, a sense of belonging, of being hammered into shape by the same mountains that could kill you. Night clamps down hard. The storm finds you, slamming into camp with a howl of wind that makes the lean-to shudder. Snow drives sideways, piling against the walls, threatening to collapse the crude shelter. Crow checks the lashings, reinforcing with branches. His movements quick, but calm. Always expect the worst. That way, you're never surprised. His voice rises above the storm, steady as bedrock. You lie back under your buffalo robe, firelight flickering across your face. The world outside reduced to white noise and shifting shadows. Crow hums low, a half-song that blends with the wind. You close your eyes, every muscle aching. But for the first time, you sense the faintest thread of what these men must have felt. But contentment, born of having survived one more day. Tomorrow will bring more traps, more lessons, more blood. But for tonight, beneath a roof of branches and snow, with Elias Crowe's voice weaving through the storm, you drift into uneasy sleep learning. Slowly, what it means to belong to the mountains. Morning crawls in behind the storm, bright and knife cold. The world remade in white so clean it hurts to look at. You wake to Crow's boots crunching past the fire, to the hush that follows a hard blow of weather, the kind of quiet that makes every small sound feel like trespass. He stands outside the lean-to, head tipped like a fox scenting. Up. Greenhorn, he says. Low. We've got company coming. You sit up fast. Your hand already moving to your rifle before your eyes find your boots. Crow's mouth quirks. Not Blackfoot, he adds. Easier neighbors. Ears open. Hands visible. It's only then you catch it, the faintest silver jingle drifting in, fits and starts across the frozen air. Like a pocketful of coins stirred by an unseen hand. Bells. Or tin cones sewn to clothing. The sound grows. Then fades. Then grows again as horses pick their way through drifts. Crow adds wood to the coals, waking the fire with a wave of sparks. He lifts his possibles bag, checks that his knife and pistol are where they should be present, but not proudened, slips a small pouch of tobacco into his coat. Greet 'em right, he says. Trade's not swapping things. It's building a rope you might have to climb later. They appear on the trail like a painting shaken to life, 8 riders on painted ponies. Hair bound and braided. Clothing, a bright grammar of quillwork. Beads, and traded cloth that flashes against the snow. One wears a cavalry coat cut down and restitched with porcupine quills. Another, a wool blanket with a bold red stripe, wrapped like an officer's greatcoat. Their leader is easy to spot aller in the saddle. Eagle feathers standing in a calm arc above a face both weathered and watchful. He raises his hand. Palm out. And you watch as Crow mirrors the gesture. It is a small thing, but it feels like dropping a weapon. How? The leader calls in accented English, shaped by other vowels. His voice is neither friendly nor cold. It carries the neutral weight of a man used to getting the truth first. How? Crow returns. The old plains greeting, a shared key. Ard winter, he adds. Because weather is language, everyone here speaks. The leader swings down with effortless grace. The others stay mounted or dismount more slowly. Eyes on your hands. Your fire. Your rifles. Close up. You notice the tiny cones on their leggings and fringes the jingling music you heard from far off. I am Tall Elk, the man says, tapping his chest. Crow. He nods toward you. Curious. New face. Crow's son? Crow snorts smoke out of his nose. No. Just a greenhorn. I'm trying to keep alive long enough to be useful. He tips his chin your way. You answer the scrutiny with a small nod and the name you've been going by in these hill simple. Easy for many tongues. Will Green. Tall Elk tastes the name, then nods once. Good. Easy to say. Crow draws the small tobacco pouch from his coat and offers it with both hands. For your pipe, he says. He doesn't spill a speech over it. Gifts don't need speeches. Tall Elk accepts with ceremony. raises it to his nose to breathe, then to the sky, then tucks it carefully inside his robe. From within his own blanket, he produces a parfleche-painted rawhide, stiff as wooded, with a narrow thong. He opens it and pulls out a slab of smoked buffalo tongue, glistening with rendered fat. For you. My woman cooks well. Crow's eyes soften a fraction. That she does, he says, taking the tongue like a man picking up a baby. I'll thank her when next we meet. The air relaxes by a thread. The riders dismount more fully and edge closer to the warmth. One young warrior keeps staring at you with the avid curiosity of a hawk no malice, just tallying what's new. Crow leans and murmurs, "Don't stare back like you're counting coup. People like to be looked at the way they'd look at themselves." You let your eyes drop, then lift them again slow, using your peripheral vision to study details: the quillwork, the bow cases, the way their horses stand, hip-shot and patient. Tall Elk speaks in Crow to his men. The syllables roll like water over stone. You catch a few words that Crow has been teaching you horse. River. Food, then miss the rest. Hands open. The visitors start producing goods for trade: soft brain-tanned hides, moccasins stitched with bead patterns that look like constellations, small bags of service berries dried to a glossy dark, a coil of sinew shining like raw silk. Crow spreads his own offerings: a handful of bright steel awls, needles in a twist of oiled cloth, small mirrors, a few knives. The mirror catches winter sun and laughs it back across the snow. The youngest warrior smiles despite himself, watching his own face break in the glass. What follows is less bargaining than courtship. Crow never shows hunger for any one thing. Tall Elk never presumes that any piece of iron is worth any particular number of hides. Praise runs both directions, gently undercut by practical faults. This blade holds an edge, Crow says. Sheffield steel. Tall Elk scrapes the knife with his thumbnail and nods. Then he lifts a robe. My youngest wife made this. Warm, but too fine for rough brush. It's a dance as old as markets. They move with it like men who've partnered before. Crow trades 3 steel needles for a pair of moccasins lined with rabbit fur and beaded in a pattern of white and blue that looks like snow caught in river foam. He turns and thrusts them into your hands. For your feet. Those boots of yours are an insult. You try them on and nearly sigh. They grip the earth with delicate certainty, flexing where your foot flexes, fitting like a word that finally translates. Tall Elk's gaze shifts to your rifle. He gestures. Question, clear. Crow says quietly, "Let him hold it." Unloaded. You pull the Hawkins cap, check the pan, and present it with both hands. The young warrior, Tall Elk's nephew, from the familiarity in his eyes, cradles it with reverence, sighting along the octagon barrel toward a stand of spruce. His form says this isn't his first gun. Good medicine, he says in halting English. Kills far. He returns it reluctantly, nodding as if making a promise to himself. Then Tall Elk fixes on you. And you, he says, gentle as a test. What do you trade? You hadn't planned for this moment. You take stock fast. Your spare knife. Decent, but not fine. A twist of fish hooks. A small tin of salve. Little else you can spare without becoming a liability. Crow says nothing. His silence is a cliff. He expects you to climb. You hold up the knife. Tall elk takes it. Tests the spring of the steel with practiced pressure. And waits. Your eyes drift across the crow goods. Snagging on a small leather pouch dyed a rusty red. What's in that, you ask? Choke cherries. Tall elk says, good medicine tea for sickness. Meat for pemmican. Keep a man strong when winter steals him. He opens the pouch so you can see the dark jewels inside. Faintly dusted with frost sugar. Your mouth waters as if you can taste summer. My knife for the pouch. You say, trying to shape your words with dignity instead of hope. Tall elk considers. Turns the knife in his hand. Then nods. Fair. He places the pouch in your palm. The leather is warm from his body. He taps it once. Use with respect. Everything is medicine, if you listen. Trade flows on for another hour. Lazy as a river in July. Nothing is rushed. Nothing forced. Between exchanges come stories and news. A rumor of American Fur Company men ambushed to the north. A Sioux war party seen far out of their usual range. Game thin on certain slopes and thick on others. The talk maps a world no paper atlas can hold, alliances shifting like sandbars. Trails opening and closing under the pressure of snow and hunger. At last, Tall Elk lifts his hand and his men start retying bundles. Before he mounts, he turns to you, speaking slow so his English holds. You travel with Crow. Learn good. But listen. His finger draws a line across his throat, neither threat nor theater. Just a picture that lands. Blackfoot watch these waters. Beaver is theirs in their eyes. If you see many pony tracks together, not ours. You go to our village. East. 3 sleeps. Yellow clay cliffs. We help. The gift of directions feels heavier than the pouch of fruit. Grateful. You say. And mean it. He takes the thanks like a man receiving water without flinch. Without guilt. Snow melts soon. Tall Elk adds. Eyeing the river. Big water coming. Cross at bends. Straight water kills. He swings into the saddle with a small grunt. And, in a chorus of jingles and soft chuffs, the crow ride out. Their colors flashing and fading between the dark ribs of spruce. Silence returns in their wake. Lighter than before. Crow watches the last pony disappear. Then lowers himself onto a log with a long breath he might call a laugh if he were a different man. Well, he says, that was educational. They were friendlier than I expected. You admit. Still tasting the moment when Tall Elk's eyes measured your worth and found it sufficient. Crow tips his head. They're people. Some days, friendly. Some days not. Same as us. Being on their good side helps. He tugs his collar aside to show a pale seam of scar near his shoulder. Crow arrow. Years back. misunderstanding about horses and who owned which. We've since agreed. He lets the collar fall. Out here, allies are like fires, you tend 'em. Or you find yourself freezing at a bad hour. He nods at the moccasins you're still wearing, unable to pretend you don't love them. Those may save your toes before spring. More use than a shiny trinket. Remember that about trade. You're not swapping pretty for pretty. You're buying days of your life. You hold up the chokecherries. And these? Summer. He says simply. In a pouch. For when winter swallows your bones, dry berries and pemmican keep scurvy away. Indians taught that long before doctors did. Eat knowledge as much as food. The fire pops. The sky has gone hard and blue after the storm. The kind of clear that bites. Crow stares toward the west notch where two peaks embrace like old fighters. We'll move camp tomorrow, he says. Tone back to business. This valley will flood when snow lets go. Need higher ground. Good beaver. And a way to defend if trouble comes walking. You study the familiar little geometry of your camp, the lean-to. The frames of stretched hides. The log where Crow sharpens his knife and feel both a tug of reluctance and a quiver of relief. To live here is to move. To stay too long is to drown. In water or in habit. What do we do if we meet Blackfoot? You ask before you can swallow the question. Crow doesn't sugar it. Pray they don't see us first. If they do and they're few, maybe talk. If they're many, run if we can. Hide if we can't. Fight if we must. He looks at you and lets the stakes settle. This isn't a story where the bravest man wins. It's one where the man who reads the weather, the tracks, the faces that man gets to see another dawn. He stands, nudges the fire with his boot, and nods toward the river, whose ice is beginning to moan in the noon sun. Pack tight. We leave at first light. You look down at your new moccasins, at the pouch of summer in your hand, at the smoke, writing its brief letter to a blue that promises nothing. And even as your stomach tightens at the thought of leaving, some other part of you newer, leaner, listening harder leans toward the west notch where the next lesson waits. Dawn edges across the peaks, a thin silver seam splitting night from day. You wake to the crunch of Crow's boots and the sound of him humming low in his throat. A melody with no words. Maybe older than the mountains themselves. He's already packed his possibles bag, cinched tight on his broad shoulders. On your feet, he says, not unkind. We've miles to chew before the weather shifts again. You rub the sleep from your eyes, pulling on moccasins still damp at the seams. The camp you built, the lean-to, the drying racks, the fire pit ringed with stones will be dismantled. Out here, permanence is a dangerous illusion. Crow drives the lesson home without words. Just motion. He kicks dirt over the fire until the last ember dies, then collapses the lean-to in quick jerks, scattering branches back into the forest as if you were never there. Leave a place cleaner than you found it, he mutters. The next poor bastard through might need it more than you. The trail west rises slow and steady, the air thinning with every step. You follow Crow up switchbacks of shale that crumble under your boots, past stands of pine that whisper when the wind threads through. He moves like a man reading a map written in the land itself, pausing to test a slope, shifting sideways along a game trail, pointing once toward a rock outcrop shaped like a prow of a ship. Thunder Pass, he says. High Valley waits beyond. If we make it, by mid-morning, your lungs burn, every breath a sting in the chest. You want to stop, but Crow's stride never falters. He throws only the occasional glance over his shoulder to make sure you're still upright. Then, without warning, his hand shoots up in the signal for silence. You freeze, heart thudding. Crow crouches low, his eyes on the plateau ahead. Through the trees you catch it, a small herd of elk, grazing, their coats golden against the frost-rimmed grass. Your stomach knots with hunger at the sight. Jerky and pemmican sustain, but nothing feeds a soul like fresh meat. Crow slides his Hagen rifle free from its scabbard, every motion smooth, rehearsed, quiet. He gestures for you to stay low. Watching him stalk is like watching water flow, each step chosen with ruthless care, every pause timed with the lift of an elk's head, every move masked by the twitch of a branch in the wind. He melts forward until he's within range, then raises the rifle and waits. Seconds stretch. A lead cow lifts her nose, sniffs, ears twitching. Crow doesn't move. He breathes with the mountain. Then the shot cracks sharp as lightning, splitting the air. The herd explodes in chaos. Bodies leaping, snow flying. But one elk falters, stumbles, collapses into the grass. Crow reloads before the echo fades. The practiced rhythm of powder, ball, ramrod, cap. Then he waves you forward. That's supper. And breakfast. And boots, if you're smart. The elk lies still, her body steaming in the cold air. Crow kneels, running his hand across her flank. Always thank the animal, he says quietly, almost reverent. Everything gives its life so something else can live. Least we can do is use it all. He draws his knife and makes the first cut. A clean line that opens hide without spilling gut. He works with precision born of decades, teaching as he goes. Follow the seam of muscle. Don't waste strength. Save it for when you'll need it most. Then he presses the knife into your hand. Now you. The handle feels slippery, alien. You kneel beside the elk, your breath fogging over the wound, and press steel to hide. Crow's voice guides you steady, exact, patient even when you fumble. The work is bloody, messy, exhausting. But with every slice, you learn the anatomy of survival, where meat yields, where sinew clings, where hide must be spared. When at last the carcass is divided, your arms ache and your knees are numb from kneeling in snow. But a neat pile of quarters, hide, and fat lies ready. Not bad. Crow concedes. His approval is clipped, but it warms like whiskey. He sets aside the tenderloins. Strips already smoking over a small rack built with green willow. Fresh meat tonight. The rest we dry. Some will grind for pemmican. He shows you how to cut the flesh into long, thin ribbons. How to drape them over the rack above low smoke. Low heat. Lots of smoke. Cook it and it spoils. Dry it and it lasts. The smell is intoxicating. Rich and primal. Drifting across the clearing. As fat renders down in a black kettle, Crow stirs it with a carved stick. Tallow. Clean. Hot. Pure. This is gold. Better than coin. You can trade fat in any camp in the mountains. He skims the impurities, humming again. A tuneless sound that matches the hiss of smoke. By late afternoon, the drying racks sag under the weight of meat, and strips glisten with fat. Your arms feel like they belong to someone else. Your back screams, but the sight fills you with a fierce pride. This is no market purchase. This is food wrestled from the wild, preserved by your own clumsy but growing skill. As dusk falls, the smoke carries on the wind, a signal no mountain man ever misses. Crow stiffens before you even notice. Visitors. He says simply. Moments later, 3 figures appear on the trail below trappers. Lean and weather-cut, moving with the same wary grace as predators. They come openly, rifles shouldered, hands free, the etiquette of peace. Crow waves them in. Evening. Jackson. Thought you'd froze by now. The leader. A man older than Crow, with hair gone iron gray. Barks a laugh. Takes more than a little cold to bury me. His companions nod. One silent and scarred. The other barely older than you. Eyes bright with restless energy. They greet you with brief nods before sinking down near the fire. The whiskey jug they produce warms the gathering, passed hand to hand with a gravity that makes every sip feel ceremonial. Soon voices rise, stories spill, and the clearing glows with firelight and fellowship. For a moment, you see another truth of the mountain shard men bound, not only by danger, but by the fragile, necessary comfort of company. Crow leans toward you, voice low beneath the laughter. Listen close tonight. Every story is a lesson. Every scar is a map. You'll learn more by their talk than by a week swinging an axe. The fire crackles. Smoke rises. Stars scatter across the cold sky. And for the first time since you entered this wild, you feel the beginnings of something steady, something that tastes almost like belonging. The fire burns low, flames licking at half-charred logs, while voices dance in its glow. Caleb Jackson, the oldest of the visitors, leans forward with the jug of whiskey cradled in his hand like it's a relic. His eyes glint with a memory of stories too heavy to hold alone. Winter of Hai Mui Chin, he begins. Voice gravel rough. Bitter Root Mountains. 16 days trapped in snow with nothing but pemmican. Thought I'd join the bones up there. but luck's a stubborn friend. He rolls up his sleeve, showing a scar like twisted rope coiling around his forearm. Avalanche caught me. Carried near half a mile. Snow packed my lungs till I near drowned in it. The younger trapper web. Crow introduces him a Sleensin, listening as raptly as you do. These stories aren't entertainment. They're instruction. Hard-earned lessons dressed as yarns. Each tale is a warning disguised as memory. Broken Hand Peterson, the silent one with a scar running the length of his palm, finally speaks. His voice deep and slow. Storm don't kill you if you keep your fire alive. Cold's got patience. It waits for men who give up. He spits into the flames. The sound sharp in the night. Never give it the satisfaction. His words hang there, grim and final, as if the mountain itself had spoken. The talk drifts to first prices in St. Louis. Rumors of British agents offering higher coin. Whispers that the beaver trade is waning as silk hats grow fashionable in the East. Crow says little, only enough to show he's listening. But you see his eyes narrow at the mention of change. Out here, trade prices far away decide whether a man eats or starves, whether he returns east with coin or bones. When the elk meat finishes roasting, you eat until your belly aches. Hot fat drips down your chin, and the taste is like nothing jerky ever gave. The whiskey follows, harsh but warming, burning down to your chest like firewood stacked behind your ribs. For a few hours, the wilderness feels almost generous. Then Jackson pulls a deck of cards from his possibles bag. The pasteboard is worn thin, corners rounded by 1,000 games in 10,000 camps. He deals with practiced flicks, and soon the circle of men is bent over the flickering firelight. Eyes on hands of poker. Coffee beans serve as stakes precious enough to sting, but not fatal to lose. You join hesitantly, clutching your meager beans. Webb grins, boyish, and tries to bait you into bold bets. Crow only smirks, watching your choices, measuring how you weigh risk. You play cautiously, folding more often than staying. But once a lucky draw, a pair of kings, you win a handful of beans. And Webb groans in mock despair. The laughter that follows is light, but beneath it lies the lesson. Risk is the pulse of mountain life. Bet too much, lose too much, and the wilderness will collect the debt. As the game winds down, Peterson pulls a scrap of hide and a knife from his bag. He gestures for you to hand him your blade. Cut too deep today. I saw, he says without judgment. With slow precision, he shows you how to angle the knife almost flat against the hide, letting the edge do the work rather than your arm. His movements are spare, economical, honed by decades. Work smart, not hard. He rumbles. Strength fades. Skill stays. You copy the motion, trying to feel the rhythm in your hand. Crow nods once. Better you learn it now, before the mountain grades your work. Praise from him is rare as spring flowers. And you hold on to it like a coal in the cold. Later, conversation turns softer, stranger. Webb tells of a storm he once weathered alone. Lightning striking so close the ground, hissed like a boiling kettle. He found shelter beneath an overhang marked with old red ochre drawings. Dreamed that night. He whispers, eyes distant. Dreams so real I woke tasting smoke that wasn't there. No one laughs. Out here, the line between superstition and survival is thin. Crow murmurs. Mountains have their own medicine. Best respected. By the time the moon climbs high, the visitors prepare to leave. The night is clear. The cold, sharp as a blade. But they prefer moving under stars to risking another day of eyes watching from the ridges. Jackson clasps Crow's hand, grips yours briefly, and leaves with a promise to meet again at Green River come summer rendezvous. The crunch of their snowshoes fades until only the hiss of fire and the sigh of wind remain. You and Crow bank the fire, laying down for what rest you can steal. He pipes tobacco, the smoke rising in lazy spirals. Remember, he says quietly, mountain'll strip the softness out of you. Some men break. Some bend. Some harden. Which one you'll be still to see. You close your eyes. Exhaustion dragging you under. In the dark. The mountain doesn't care what kind of man you are. But it will find out. The morning comes sharp and colorless. The kind of dawn that feels unfinished. Frost clings to every surface, and the air cuts your lungs with each breath. You pull yourself from the buffalo robe, stiff with rime. Joints aching as though the mountain had crept into your bones overnight. Crow is already awake, crouched by the fire pit, coaxing life from embers with long, steady breaths. The smell of coffee drifts weak and bitter, but welcome. He hands you a tin cup, his voice flat. Drink up. We've ground to cover. Camp is broken quickly, shelters dismantled. Hides bundled. Fire scattered. Crow is meticulous, leaving no sign that men ever slept here. Trace is invitation. He mutters. Leave one, and the wrong eyes will answer it. His words carry weight. The Blackfoot are never far from thought. Nor are hungry wolves or wandering rivals. The trail westward steepens almost immediately. A frozen staircase etched into the slope. Your legs burn. Lungs pulling for air that grows thinner with every step. Crow keeps a relentless pace, pausing only to scan ridgelines. His eyes, forever, searching for what you cannot yet see. Steady. He warns without looking back. Mountain punishes haste. You grit your teeth and follow. Each step a vow not to fall behind. By midday, clouds roll in from the horizon, heavy and gray. The wind sharpens, carrying flecks of ice that sting your cheeks. Crow halts suddenly, crouches, and motions you forward. In the snow lies a print massive, deep, still sharp at the edges. He presses his palm into it. The track dwarfs his hand. "Big boar grizzly," he says quietly. "Hour old, maybe less." The words make the air feel colder. Your rifle suddenly feels both comfort and curse. Crow rises slowly, his eyes sweeping the trees. We keep moving. "Make noise." He starts singing. A coarse river shanty about a trapper's unlucky night in New Orleans. His rough voice thrown into the wind. You join clumsily, your own voice thin and shaking. But the rhythm of song beats back silence. And silence is where fear festers. The climb drags on. Every switchback, a test. Your breath rasps. Sweat prickles beneath buckskin. And you remember Crow's earlier lesson. Sweat is death in winter. You slow your pace. Steady your breathing. And still the ache gnaws at your muscles. Crow says nothing, but his glance back is its own approval. At last the trail breaks open. Before you, two peaks rise like teeth, framing a narrow cut where the wind screams through. Snow whirls and lifts in ghostly spirals. Crow gestures with his chin. Thunder Pass, he says. Beyond that valley fit for wintering, if we reach it alive. His tone makes clear the truth. Reaching it is no promise. You stand in the shadow of those peaks, chest heaving, boots sinking in snow that squeaks like glass beneath you. The valley lies unseen, but the mountain demands its toll in sweat, breath, and courage before it grants you passage. The air on the far side of Thunder Pass tastes sharper, as if the mountain means to test every breath you take. The descent begins slow, treacherous, each step measured. Loose shale slides beneath your moccasins, and more than once you catch yourself on a sapling, heart lurching at how far the slope falls away. Crow leads with quiet certainty, eyes always darting for safer footing, pausing to read the snow the way a scholar reads a text. Avalanche country, he says, voice almost stolen by the wind. Snow whisper before it falls. Learn to hear it. Halfway down the pass, you catch sight of motion in the clearing ahead. A herd of elk grazes on frost-hardened grass, their coats golden in the thin light. Hunger twists your belly at the sight. Jerky fills the stomach but never the soul. Crow sinks into a crouch, slipping the hawken from its scabbard. He signals with a glance. Stillness. Silence. You mimic his posture, trying to move as he does. Deliberate. Patient. Waiting for the wind to cover each step. Watching him stalk feels like watching water flow between rocks never forced. Always certain. The shot cracks like a whip across the ridge. The herd bolts in panic, snow exploding under their hooves. But one animal collapses where it stands, struck down before it knew danger. Crow reloads without hurry, then beckons you forward. The elk lies still, steam rising from its body into the frozen air. Thank it, Crow murmurs, his voice low. Always thank it. He lays a hand on its flank before drawing his knife. What follows is brutal, but reverent. Crow works with the efficiency of long habit, showing you where to cut. How to free quarters cleanly. How to strip hide without wasting a scrap. When he presses the knife into your hand, your own cuts are clumsy, tentative, but guided by his terse corrections. Not there too deep. Angle with the grain. By the time the work is done, your arms ache, your fingers sting, but the meat is stacked neat, the hide rolled, the fat saved for rendering. Crow sets a rack of willow poles above a low fire, draping strips of meat in long ribbons. Low heat. Smoke, not flame. Cook it and it rots. Dry it and it'll carry you through winter. The air fills with the rich smell of fat and smoke, so strong it clings to your hair, your skin, your clothes. He gestures to the black kettle where chunks of tallow hiss and melt. Gold. He says simply, worth more than coin. Out here. Evening comes while the smoke drifts, and with it, visitors. 3 men appear on the trail, their shapes black against the last light. They move openly, rifle shouldered, hands emptieth etiquette of peace. Crow rises, his posture relaxed but wary. Jackson. He calls, a smile ghosting his beard. Didn't think the mountains had let you live this long. The oldest of the 3, hair iron gray, laughs. Takes more than cold to bury me. He introduces his companions with a nod. Peterson. Silent and scarred. And Webb. Younger. Restless. Eyes darting at everything. They sit at your fire as if they've done it 100 times before. And soon the whiskey jug is passed hand to hand, each sip burning but warming. Around the flames, the talk begins of fur prices in St. Dot. Luis. Of ambushes by Blackfoot raiders. Of rumors that silk is replacing beaver felt in European fashion. You sit silent, listening, every word a lesson. The stories aren't entertainment. They are survival manuals disguised as talk. The fire pops. Meat smokes. Stars kindle in the vast sky. For the first time in days, you feel the burden of the trail ease. In the circle of light, with Crow and these weathered men trading stories, the wilderness feels almost like a home that has allowed you inside for. Now, the fire burns steady. Low coals glowing like a heartbeat under the rack of smoking meat. Voices weave in and out of the crackle. Caleb Jackson leans back, eyes reflecting firelight, and begins another story. Bitter winter of High Mui Lum, he says. Yellowstone country. Storm rolled in thick as wool. Snow so deep a man couldn't find his own boots if he set 'em down. He pauses for a pull from the whiskey jug. The silence stretched taut, then continues. Pierre Lade was with me. We dug a snow cave. Small enough, we had to sleep tangled like pups. Fire barely big as a candle. Kept it alive 3 days. On the 4th, Pierre just didn't wake. Too cold, too hungry. Died quiet. Like the mountain took him in his sleep. No one interrupts. The story settles on the camp like an extra layer of snow. Jackson shrugs. Voice gravel. Luck's the only reason I'm here. Found a hot spring. Ate what came to drink there. Lived by steam till a crow hunting party found me. Thought I was a spirit. Skin red from minerals. That's the only reason they didn't take my hair. His words trail, and the quiet afterward isn't heavy with pity, but with recognition. Everyone here has faced the same edge. Web shifts. Younger. Restless. Eager to contribute. Thunderhead Peak, he says. Voice hushed. I hunted elk up there last spring. Storm came sudden. Lightning snapping all around me. Took shelter under an overhang. Walls were painted old markings. Animals. Sons. Men with horns. That night, dreams came so real, I woke tasting smoke. He swallows, eyes flicking to you, as if afraid you'll laugh. No one does. Crow only nods once. Mountains carry old medicine. You feel it. You pay attention. Better to be foolish than disrespectful. Peterson, silent most of the night, finally speaks. His voice is low, almost growled. Storms. Bears. Blackfoot. None of those kill the most men. Cold does. Cold waits. Always. That's the enemy. He lifts his scarred hand into the light. Lost these fingers to frostbite. Didn't keep my fire right. Won't make that mistake again. The lesson presses into you deeper than any lecture. Out here, mistakes are permanent. Cards appear again. The deck worn to ghosts. Stakes are modest coffee beans. A twist of tobacco. A strip of jerky, but every hand carries weight. Webb tries to bluff. His grin wide. But Jackson sees through him, raking the pot with calm certainty. Crow folds more than he plays. His eyes on you, watching how you weigh each choice. You win once. A small hand. But Crow only smirks. Luck feeds you today. Tomorrow it starves you. Later, the talk shifts from stories to philosophy. Jackson leans forward, elbows on knees. 3 things keep a man alive up here, he says. Knowledge, adaptability, and people. Lone wolf don't last. You might think you will, but the mountain's got more patience than you've got days. He glances toward you. You listen to Crow. You might live long enough to learn that. Crow exhales smoke from his pipe, the ember glowing red in the dark. Luck's a coin, he adds. Spend it once. It's gone. Better to rely on skill. He taps the ash into the snow and looks at you straight on. Remember this, every tale you've heard tonight is paid for in blood. Yours or theirs. Mountain don't take promises. It takes payment. The wind sighs through the trees. Above, the stars are cold and sharp, the Milky Way spilling like a river of frost. You huddle near the fire, listening to men who have already survived a dozen winters you can't yet imagine. Every scar, every laugh, every silence is another Mapone. You are only just learning to read. By the time the last story fades and the stars frost the sky into a river of light, the visitors have shouldered their rifles and ghosted into the dark. You and Crow bank the fire, pack what must not freeze, and sleep in Fit's own ear, always listening for the mountain's mood. Dawn arrives, brittle and bright. The kind of morning that looks merciful until it takes your breath just for sport. Crow rises slowly, joints cracking, and stands a long while with his face turned toward the river, listening. Warm wind up high, he says at last. Chinook'll come early, means ice will go mean. We set our line, and we set it fast. You shoulder your possibles bag and follow him down slope, past a clutch of spruce that bleeds amber where winter snapped boughs. The valley opens like a book. The snow is kept shut for months by a dark river that writhes between collars of ice, rimmed with sedge, crushed flat and crusted with frost. Across the water, yellow clay cliffs lift, exactly as tall elk promised, their faces scored with old slides like claw marks. You taste satisfaction and caution in the same breath. Directions that keep a man alive are a debt you never forget. Bends, Crow mutters, eyes on the current. Always the bends. Straight water kills. The reminder lands as a memory the way tall elk had drawn his finger across his throat. Neither threat nor theater. You follow a coyote track down to the bank, and Crow begins to work with the economy you've come to recognize. Chain coiled, trap jaw tested, stake carved from green willow. Everything in a neat grammar your hands are only starting to learn. He kneels at the edge where the river shows its teeth. We set two here. One below that snag. One under the lip. Dead man anchor there. His chin juts at a buried log you'd have missed if the light didn't glance off a frozen knot. You take up the axe and split a length of willow to wedge crosswise beneath the ice dead man anchor to hold the chain when the river claws at it. Crow smears bait on a peeled stick castorium and something else that smells like a challenge and sets the trigger with fingers that remain bare despite the cold. Gloves make fools of men, he says, as if the gloves could hear. You need to feel the work. The iron jaw settles into the black mouth beneath the shelf with a quiet certainty that makes you shiver. The river says nothing. Not yet. By noon, you've sunk 4 traps and mapped a dozen more in your head, the way Crow drills you to do. You learn to read the scum line where bubbles catch, to wait for the whisper under the ice. That means water is running free enough to carry scent. The sun climbs, thin and tired. And then the wind shifts soft at first. A breath that tastes like somewhere else. You look up. The snow on the far slope smokes off the ridge like breath from a sleeping giant. Chinook. The word sits in your mouth like a warning you're still learning how to pronounce. At the 5th set, Crow leans too far, reaching into the black to free a chain snagged on a submerged root. You're about to warn him when the shelf quivers under his white a tremor, more felt than seen. The ice makes a sound you'll carry forever. A hollow crack like a rib breaking. Back, you bark. But the shelf drops. Clean and sudden. And Crow vanishes into the river, as if the mountain had decided. In that instant, to swallow him. His hat bobs once, twice. Then the current takes it. The cold grabs your throat like a fist. You're moving before the thought finishes forming. The rawhide rope is already in your hand habit you didn't know you'd learned from Crow's constant fussing. You throw yourself flat, belly to ice. The way he taught you when you laughed at the idea of practicing rescue on dry ground. Get to the bend, he'd said 100 times. Straight water kills. You hear tall elk finish in your head. Crow surfaces downstream, thrashing once. His face shock white. Eyes wide with the first dumb panic cold gives a man. Bend, you shout. Not sure if he hears, or if you're reminding yourself. The current is a black rope dragging him toward the straight run where the river narrows and deepens. Froth lacing like breath at a gallop. You sprint along the bank, feet skidding, heart animal in your throat. The river curves left around a low bar of gravel where an ice shelf has formed a small eddy, though only slack water in sight. Salvation. If he can get there. Bend. Elias, bend left. The name rips out of you with a force that surprises both of you. Crow's head jerks. He doesn't waste breath answering. You see his legs kick not with panic now, but with purpose, angling his body toward slack water. He vanishes beneath a dark pane, then slams up against the edge of the eddy, clawing for purchase on brittle ice. It breaks under him like sugar. You throw the rawhide. It lands short, slapping the water. You drag and cast again. Knuckles going numb. Breath tearing your chest. This time the thong arcs and drops across his shoulder. Crow grabs with both hands. A vise born of terror and will. Hold. Greenhorn, he croaks. Voice broken open by cold. You belly down. Feet braced against a willow stump. And pull. The ice groans. Your arms scream. The river roars its indifference into your ears. Inch by inch. You feel his weight come to you through the rope. A line that joins your lives to a single stubborn point. He kicks when you haul. Rests when you reset. The rhythm finds you. Both own that belongs to men who refuse to let the mountain finish its lesson in blood. At last, Crow slides onto the shelf beside you, gasping like a landed fish. Clothes sheeted in ice that crackles as he curls on his side. For 1 second, you just stare at each other. The whole world shrunk to breath and burning muscles. Then training kicks the last door open. Up. You tell him. No, please. No, sir. He obeys, which is how you know things are bad. You strip him fast coat, shirt, trousers your fingers, fumbling at stiff knots. Your own breath hissing between your teeth. Move. You repeat. And Crow moves. Jaw clenched so hard, the muscles jump like mice. You force his feet into your spare moccasins. Wrap him in the buffalo robe. And shoulder him toward the lee of a low bluff where the wind goes to die. Your own clothes are wet now too. You make a promise to your body that it can shiver later. Fire. You need fire that eats like a starving man. Flint. Steel. Charcloth Crow's kit. But your hands. You think of Peterson's scarred palm. Keep your fire right. You think of Jackson's voice. Knowledge. Adaptability. People. You think of Tall Elk's pouch of summer the chokecherries fastened inside your coat. Medicine. Not for this, but for the long arc of staying alive. You strike. Steel on flint. Watching for the first red eye in the char. They're tiny as hope. Stubborn as crow. You breathe it to life. Feed it dry curls of bark from your possibles bag. Then pencil-thin twigs from a dead branch you'd noticed earlier, without knowing you were noticing. Skill is just noticing with a memory. You realize, and now the memory is saving you both. The fire climbs. Small, but hungry. And you build it a careful ribcage of larger sticks, leaving room for breath. You pile spruce boughs into a pad and push Crow onto it, away from the ground's cold teeth. Hot stones. He mutters through chattering teeth. You roll river stones close to the coals, then wrap them in rags and tuck them under his armpits, against his groin-core warmth. Not limbs. The way he's hammered into you 100 times. You hold back the whiskey and brew sweet coffee instead. Then add melted tallow to the cup like a dose of courage. Crow drinks in small, savage sips. Eyes closed. Color crawling back to his face like dawn across snow. When he can speak without his teeth, playing castanets, he looks at you through lashes rimed in frost. You listened. He says simply. There's no praise in his voice. Or maybe it's all praise. You listened to me. To Tall Elk. To the river. He takes another sip. Hands steadier now. That's the difference between a story a man tells around a fire and a story a man never gets to finish. You strip your own wet layers. Hang everything on a rack of willow near the flames. And pull on a spare shirt crows. Mended and smoked into permanence. The wind shifts again, and the whole valley seems to groan. You step to the bank and watch the river lift its back like an animal shaking off a rider. Ice breaks with reports like musket fire. Panes tilting and shoving. Then sliding downstream in a snarling flotilla. What had been your neat line of sets becomes a string of silver mouths grinding at each other. Then vanishes in the churn. You think of lost traps. Lost time. The coin you can't spare. Then you think of Crow breathing behind you under a buffalo robe. And the ledger balances in a different ink. Higher ground was wisdom. He says, from the fire. Reading your mind without looking. Would have drowned us if we'd camped a dozen paces lower. Rivers lie polite until they don't. You spend the afternoon in the small circle of warmth you've bullied from a gutless day-drying clothes. Feeding Crow hot broth cut with tallow. Keeping the fire honest. He sleeps in mean little drifts that leave him more tired than rest would. And you wake him often, watching for the slow slide of cold that looks like peace and is anything but. When he dozes again, you check the bank and retrieve what you can own trap-tangled in roots. A length of chain snarled around a snag. A stake that has somehow ridden the ice to rest in a pocket of slack. Small salvations, but you count them like blessings. By dusk, the worst of the breakup has passed. The river runs black and clean between shelves, gnawed into new shapes. In the west, the cliffs bloom gold for a handful of heartbeats. Then goes slate. Wolves start their far talk. Thin and hungry. You bank the fire. Stretch a smoke-darkened tarp to catch the heat. And lay your rifle within reach. Crow stirs. Eyes slitting open. You'll stand first watch, he says. You nod. He swallows and adds, almost as an afterthought. Good work today. 2 words. Paid for in rope burns and smoke and the sound of a man's breath dragging itself back from the edge. You feel them land in your chest and lodge there like a seed with plans. You pour a thin tea from tall elk's chokecherries and let it steam a memory of summer into the night air. The first sip tastes like patience. In the dark, with wolves singing beyond the river and the fire writing its small letter to a sky that couldn't care less, you begin to understand that the mountain's price isn't bravery. It's attention. It isn't strength. It's the humility to listen to elders, to allies, to wind, to water, to the groan under your boots that says not here, not now. You tuck the buffalo robe closer around Crow's shoulders. Settle your back against the bluff and watch the river take its long breath. In and out. In and out. All night. Dawn comes thin and gray. The kind of light that doesn't so much arrive as admit it never truly left. The river runs black and sullen. Its new edges chewed by the Chinook like a dog working a bone. Crow wakes slow, as if climbing back into himself from far away. His beard is rimed with frost. His breath steady. When he tries to sit, the robe crackles where it has frozen to itself. You help him ease free, feed the fire, and pour coffee cut with a spoon of tallow. He drinks without ceremony, eyes on the river that nearly kept him. Work to do, he says, voice still frayed. Can't let yesterday borrow today. You move through the morning by a list the mountain has written into you, boots near the fire till they steam. Rifles swabbed and dried. Char cloth replenished. Tinder bag topped with curls of resin-rich fatwood. Crow watches, saying little, and for once his silence feels like approval. When he finally stands, he does it with care, as if negotiating terms with his legs. We rebuild the line, he says. Bends only. And we mark a good ford. River's a friend if you know its moods. You follow the bank in a long, thoughtful loop, studying what the breakup has changed. The old anchors are gone, the shelves rearranged. The current louder, where the channel narrows between clay walls, the color of old parchment. You hear tall elk again cross at Benzan, file the warning behind your ribs. Crow points out that tells you missed when the world was frozen, the way foam fingers gather on the inside of a curve. The place where a submerged log has created a pocket of lazy water. The small slick where otter have slid. Ink black against snow. Animals write the margins. He says, read them and you'll know what the main text says. You cut willow for stakes and dead men. Sap weeping in cold tears. Crow's hands move slower today, but no less sure. He smears bait with a grimace ecostorium, stinging the back of your throat even through the wind. You set this one, he tells you at the third bend. Stepping aside. Your fingers remember more than you expect. Chain through the ring. Stake crosswise beneath ice. Trap jaw eased open. Pan hair trigger. Bait stick placed where confidence and fatal curiosity intersect. When you slide the iron into the black mouth under the shelf, it settles with a small, private sound that feels like a lake accepting a stone. Crow nods. Keep that rhythm. Don't let your head run ahead of your hands. By mid-morning, he stops abruptly and points to a smear on the far bank. Muddy prints with a splay you can feel in your knees. Moose. You say. He grunts. Cow and yearling. They cross where they crossed last year and the year before. Everything that lives wants a pattern. Learn it. But don't be it. He makes you practice finding camp without him. Walk to that clay cut with the juniper snag, he orders. Then circle back with no tracks to follow. Use the sun when she shows. Use the wind when she won't. Use your ears more than your eyes. You step out alone, feeling the day's cold more keenly without Crow's presence. The wind has a taste of dust now, and the snow talks under your feet in high complaints. You mark a gnarled spruce with a scar that looks like a lightning bolt. A split rock that frames the river like a doorway. A bare, pale root that curls like a sleeping snake. When a cloud eats the sun, you kneel and fix on small truths, snow-shaped into sastrugi points like arrows from the last big blow. Lichen thick on the north sides of trunks. The lick of wind in your right ear that has held steady all morning. It's clumsy. It's slow. But you return to camp on a line near enough to call it skill. Crow tips his head as if you've answered a riddle. Good. Tomorrow. Farther. Next week. By stars. While the light holds, you set to making tools that lengthen your legs. Crow cuts willow hoops and shows you how to lace rawhide in a web for snowshoes. Round toe for powder. Beaver tail for crust. He says, drawing shapes in the snow with a stick. The rawhide looks like music when it's wet and like bone when it dries. Your hands learn the knotting that keeps the web from chewing its way into the frame when it bears your weight. He has you weave mittens from rabbit fur, fur inward, and shows how to stitch the seams with sinew that swells when damp, making the glove tighter. Use what the land offers, he says, and make it argue with the cold on your behalf. When noon has burned itself to a thin, hard brightness, you follow Crow to an old cottonwood, hollowed where lightning found it years ago. Cache, he says, because Wolverine. You remember Peterson's warning about keeping your fire right. But Crow's mouth twists. You can feed a fire into a river, and a wolverine will still steal supper. Together, you lash a platform between two trunks with green willow. Slick poles shaved with a knife so nothing can find purchase. Meat hangs in bags. A counterweight rope over a branch. The knot housed in a rawhide tube so teeth can't work it. You rig a deadfall for good measure. He'll still try, Crow says, almost admiring. That's his medicine persistence that borders on evil. He makes pemmican under your nose, jerky pounded with a rock into rough powder. Tallow poured in while still warm. Choke cherries from tall elk's pouch, crushed to release both sweetness and the bitter of their stones. That bitterness, Crowe says, spooning the paste into rawhide bags, keeps a man sound when winter gnaws his gums. Doctors'll argue it later. Let them. We'll be busy living. The day leans toward evening with the slow grace of cold places. Crowe calls you to him, draws a circle in the snow with a stick, and marks it with 4 lines. Rendezvous. He says, Green River. Come summer. All this he gestures at the mountains. The river. The sky shrinks down to a trading ground full of tents and shouting, and more humans than a man can stomach. That's where we turn fur into powder. Lead. Coffee. Salt. Needles. Where news runs like whiskey and fists, our language. You keep your purse close and your temper closer. I aim to get you there with all your parts attached. Something about the promise of summer a place where this hunger turns into coin and then back into everything you can't pull from the land burns clean behind your ribs. You picture Jackson there. Webb. Maybe even tall elk, keeping a careful eye from a rise. You picture yourself not as a greenhorn, but as a man who has earned the right to stand in that chaos and trade without flinching. Late light turns the yellow cliffs, the color of warm bread. You're cutting poles for a better windbreak when the cash rope above you trembles. It's a small movement, a suggestion. But Crowe's knife is in his hand before the rope moves again. A shape flows up the trunk as if poured, blunt snout, low to the bark, shoulders heavy with mischief and malice. Wolverine. It glances at you with a boldness that borders on insult and puts a paw to the slick pole. The shaved wood denies it. Claws squeal and slip. It reconsiders, drops to the snow with no sound at all, and circles, calculating. Crowe pitches a stone that smacks the ground inches from its head. The wolverine flinches, furious that it flinched. It makes a sound like a hinge breaking. Your rifle is up without thought, but Crowe's hand is already on the barrel, pressing it down. You don't shoot at a thief unless you mean to kill him, he murmurs. You miss. He learns you. Then he takes your measure every night till you're empty. He stoops, lifts a brand from the fire, and strides toward the animal, as if going to his own door. The wolverine weighs options, reads that brand as a language older than bullets, and slides away into brush, leaving curses stitched in the air. Tonight we sleep light, Crowe says, replacing the brand and rechecking the counterweight knot. He'll return. They always do. You double the lashings. Smooth the poles again with the back of your knife, and scatter a halo of fresh wood chips that will tattle on trespass. In the last blue of day, you make a little prayer you wouldn't admit to by name that hunger will take the wolverine somewhere else before it takes your work. Evening drops with the clean finality of a blade. The valley breathes colder. You eat rationed small portions of stew thickened with pemmican and sip tea red with choke cherry. Crowe studies the sky the way other men study scripture. Clear. he says. We'll have stars tonight. Learn them. He shows you the dipper, how its lip points to the North Star, how Cassiopeia makes her ragged W, how Orion lifts himself shoulder first over the ridge with his belt angled just so. If you can find north with your thumb, you won't die as easy, he says. But pride kills men who think a star won't move behind cloud. You need 3 ways to know the same thing. You lie back, the robe a warm animal across your chest, and let the cold peel heat from your face as you count. 3 ways to know: star, wind, lay of land. 3 ways to live: knowledge, adaptability, people. The words braid without your effort. Somewhere beyond the fire's edge, the wolverine tests the night with its nose and, deciding you've paid attention, moves on. Or maybe it's just busy elsewhere. Mercy and luck wear the same coat out here. Crow's breathing deepens. Sleep pulls at your eyelids with gentle hands. Before you let it take you, you make yourself listen to the river's new voice, to the crack of refreezing shelves, to a far coyote asking the moon a question it never answers. The mountain is talking, a long monologue in a language you're starting to catch every 3rd word of. You promise it, quietly, to keep listening, to earn the rest you take. When the first cold hours skate past and the stars pivot a finger's width, you wake to stir the fire and check the cache rope for tremors. It lies still. The night smells of smoke and iron and faint cherries. Somewhere, a tree pops like a rifle shot as its sap flexes with the falling temperature. You smile into the dark, because even that, now, is a sentence you can almost translate. You tuck the robe under your chin and let the mountain's grammar lull you toward morning. Morning cuts cold. So clear, it feels sharp in your throat. The valley lies stiff and white, crusted with ice, where the river chewed its banks. Crow wakes with a grunt, joints groaning like old leather. But there's color in his face now, strength back in his voice. He stirs the fire until sparks rise like startled birds, then hands you a strip of dried elk. Eat. Work, don't wait. The cache still hangs untouched. A small victory against the wolverine. You check the wood chip spread as alarms. None are disturbed. Crow nods once, approving, before leading you back to the line of traps. Snow crunches beneath your moccasins. The air so still, your breath drifts upward instead of away. The silence is not peace, it is watchfulness. The kind that makes your skin prickle. At the first set, the trap has been sprung. Chain taut. Ice, dark with blood. You kneel, pulse quickening, and ease the catch from under the shelf. A beaver. Large. Its pelt shining with a wet sheen even in death. Crow crouches beside you, his expression unreadable. That's coin. Greenhorn. He says, finally. That's powder and coffee. That's your first pay. Together you work through the morning, checking each set. 2 more beaver. 1 muskrat tangled in roots. Crow makes you skin the catch yourself. Hands guiding yours when you falter. Voice rough but steady. Blade flat. Follow the seam. Keep it clean, fur buyers dock you for holes. The work is grim. Bloody. But when the pelts hang stretched on willow hoops, they gleam like currency you've minted yourself. The afternoon brings lessons of a different kind. Crow sets you to scouting routes across the valley. Every man needs 3 exits, he says. One you trust, one you hope, one you pray never to use. You mark the landmark stone spires that stab up like broken teeth. The gash of a dry wash. A lone pine, leaning as if pushed by some invisible hand. You commit them to memory until they etch into your mind like a map you'll carry, even without paper. Later, as the light thins, you see smoke rising far off, thin and straight. Crow stops, squinting. Not ours, he says. His hand rests lightly on his rifle. Could be friendly. Could be worse. Either way, smoke's a flag. And flags demand respect. He watches the column until it fades into dusk, then turns back toward camp. Tonight, we keep low. You eat pemmican stew by half light. Chokecherry tea sweetened by the fire's crackle. Crow smokes his pipe, eyes reflecting orange as he talks of summer rendezvous. There you'll see the trade in its madness, hundreds of men. Half drunk, half dead, all boasting. But remember this, every pelt you carry is your year's work. Guard it like blood. His words weigh heavy, even as sparks float upward like prayers. When night falls, the wolves begin their song. You lie awake, robe pulled close, listening to their voices rise and fall like an old hymn. Somewhere in the dark, the wolverine prowls again, but the cache holds, and the fire does not fail. Above, the stars turn slowly, patient as the mountain itself. The morning after the thin column of smoke, the valley feels tighter, as if some invisible cord had cinched around your ribs. The river mutters low. The ice shelves, now sculpted into knives by the Chinooks passing. Crow drinks his coffee, eyes fixed toward where that smoke stood, like a pinned thread in yesterday's sky. Could be harmless, he says. Voice even. Could be men like us. Could be scouts. Could be boys trying a first winter on their own. He knocks the dottle from his pipe. Doesn't matter what it could be. Matters what we do. What you do is learn to vanish without leaving. Crow moves through camp as if inventorying a memory. What must be seen? What must be hidden? What must be moved somewhere? A curious eye won't notice. Pelts come down from their stretch hoops and go back up in a new pattern among spruce shadows, less obvious to anyone glancing from a ridge. The cache rope gets another smooth shave so even a desperate wolverine can't find purchase. You scatter hearth ash wide so the fire's heart looks faint and old if someone studies the snow. Your path from river to lean-to becomes a tangle of detours that leave no obvious line. A camp can be clean, Crow says, or it can be invisible. Pick invisible. He sends you to the clay cliffs with a spyglass wrapped in deerskin. Find what made the smoke, he says. Not by running toward it, by studying where it might have been from where you are. It's a strange instruction that becomes sense only when you lie belly down in sage shadow and watch the wind comb a swale of grass for nearly an hour. Movement reveals itself by not moving like anything else, a straight line where no straight lines grow. A dark fleck that keeps returning to the same place against the current. A gull wheeling over a spot that smells of gut pile and fire. At last you find it 3 small smudges of trodden snow on a bench above a bend. A barely darker circle where a fire must have burned low. Prints that read as moccasins, not boots. Pony sign too. Faint crescents pressed shallow. Not many. 2. Maybe 3 riders. You breathe out slowly. Tension making room for thought. Scouts. Not a camp. Passing through or measuring. You crawl backward from the rim like a shadow putting itself away. Back in camp, you report each thing in the order the land told it to you. Crow listens without interrupting, then asks for what you didn't say. Which direction did the ponies leave? Which side of the river did they favor? Any willow cut clean with steel? Any place a man stepped where a man shouldn't if he weren't hunting men? Your answers are honest, even where gaps yawn. He nods once. You notice more than yesterday. He says, tomorrow, more than today. The line produces steady through the next hours. 2 beaver. Another muskrat. 1 trap sprung and chew daughter teasing you for sport. Crow mutters, you work fast. Heads bowed to the task, as if speed itself could confuse a watcher. When wind drifts into stillness, every small sound grows teeth. The clink of chain against stake becomes a bell. The hiss of tallow in the kettle sounds like a snake's promise. Crow keeps his rifle in easy reach and has you wear your possibles bag at all times. If we have to leave in a hurry, he says, we'll leave with the parts that keep people. Fire, knife, ball and powder. Food that doesn't announce itself. By noon, clouds have rucked up the sky into gray sails. Crow studies their underbellies and shakes his head. Change, he says, might be only wind. Might be worse. He sets you on a chore you don't expect, building a false camp, a quarter-mile downriver where the bank offers a neat view from the opposite ridge. If eyes are on us, he says, give them something easy to read. A lie a man will accept is better than a truth he has to look for. You and Crow lay a ring of stones as if a fire sat there. Trample snow to make the ground look walked. Hang a hide in an obvious cut of trees, like a signboard. Crow leaves a single boot, print pointed precisely where he wants a stranger to think you traveled. Next up, a draw that leads to a cul-de-sac of rock. If someone bites, he says mildly, there's a shelf above that draw with room enough for you to lie quiet with the hawken and a lesson to teach. He doesn't say the lesson out loud. You hear it anyway. Late afternoon. A raven scolds from a spruce. One call. Again. Not the random croak of mischief urgent. Particular. Crow stills. Head angled. Bird says something moved where it shouldn't. He murmurs. He points with his chin to the yellow cliffs. we're looked at. Don't look back. You act as if you didn't hear him, because that's the second part of the instruction. You keep trimming strips of drying meat, your knife moving with ordinary rhythms. Crow hums the shapeless tune he reserves for moments when the air needs to believe in calm. After a time, the raven grows bored, or satisfied, or perhaps it simply tells the truth, the once and never lies about it after. The spruce quiets. Your shoulders unclench in increments you barely feel. Near dusk, Crow says, "You're sleeping out tonight." The words land like a dropped tool. Alone, you ask, already knowing the answer. He nods toward the juniper snag where you started your practice loop yesterday. 2 valleys over. There's a granite tooth sticking up like a busted kneecap. I want you to find it by stars. Build a shelter a man could live through a wind in. Make a fire you can hide. Listen until you don't have to tell yourself to listen. Then come home by first light. He holds your gaze for a count of 3. You can do it, he says, as if deciding the fact as he speaks it. His faith makes a space inside your chest that is equal parts pride and fear. You travel light, robe, small kettle, charcloth tin, flint and steel, a twist of pemmican, water skin, your knife, the hawken. A sliver of moon rides low and fat in the west. A boat you can't board. Stars spill. You set your bearings from the dipper's pointer and walk, counting the way the land falls and rises beneath your feet, translating its grammar without Crow's voice beside you to offer the words. In a shallow draw, you stop and kneel and listen. Wind threads the grass. Mice rustle where sage has collected the day's heat. Something heavier moves far off. A rhythm too slow for deer, too light for bear. Elk. You decide. And the decision feels weighty because no one is here to correct it. You reach the granite tooth when the moon has slid behind a cloud and the world is a study in textures. It's taller than you pictured it, and nearer to the river than your head swore it would be. You permit yourself a small smile at the way your body knew what your guess didn't. In the lee of a boulder, you construct shelter like a sentence. Ribs first green poles cut and bowed in a thatch of spruce boughs. Then snow sealed up like mortar. The fire you make is small. A secret you share only with the boulder and your hands. You feed it needles and pencil wood. Then thumb-thick sticks. Building not for blaze, but for coals. The light barely kisses the snow beyond your boot toes. Smoke threads straight up and disappears into the dark like a promise kept. Alone. The mountain changes shape. Crow once called it the honest hour. And now you understand. The sounds you call silence in daylight become a parliament that refuses to adjourn. You hear the tree pop and don't flinch. You hear a thaw drip and know it for what it is. When wolves speak, you measure distance and count voices instead of letting your blood teach you panic. You bite pemmican, sip a thin tea of melted snow, and let the heat sit heavy in your belly. You make a habit of checking the fire with the back of your fingers so you don't char your prints into the iron and bleed for a day over one thoughtless push. Sometime in the deepest cold the hour that steals heat from even your bone hooves grind on crust 30 paces off. You freeze. Hand on the Hawken's wrist. The shape that steps into starlight is small and delicate. Ears black-tipped. Legs stick-thin under winter hair. A yearling deer, rib-heavy and curious, sniffs at your shelter and decides you haven't earned interest. It ghosts away. The world exhales with you. You sleep in braids, a doze, a stir, a check of coals, a listening, a sip, a breath into your hands, a pull of the robe up to your nose. When your eyes open to the first stain of gray on the east rim, you feel older by something more permanent than hours. You break the shelter down to bones and scatter it. Blacken the fire until it is a memory pressed into snow. You fill the small hollow where you slept with new boughs as a courtesy to any other soul who might find this night and need a place to set it down. Then you turn your face toward camp and follow the braid of stars and creek talk and wind that you've been learning to plait since the day you stepped under Crow's shadow. You return by a different line without losing yourself, which is the whole of the lesson. From a low rise, you see camp briefly, the faint handshake of smoke with morning air, the neat disorder that means safety, the cache line still catenary and still. You angle down into the last draw and step into the clearing as if you had only just walked out. Crow looks up from the kettle and gives no smile you could point to. "What did the night tell you?" he asks, like a schoolman with chalk in hand. You tell him. Not the poetry, the practical, the deer, the river's tone, the way frost thickened most on the north side of Sage, the way a raven called once and then kept counsel. You finish with an afterthought you hadn't meant to say. Fire likes being spoken to. If you tend it like you're talking, it sits quieter. He grunts, satisfied in a way that doesn't need more words. "Eat," he says, passing you coffee that tastes nearly sweet after a night of your own breath in your nose. Then we'll see if the line pays us for being clever. It does. One big beaver, fat with spring, and sign enough to promise more. The two of you work as you have learned to quick hands. Cleaner cuts. Eyes up between motions. When you pass the bend where you built the false camp, you spot what you were meant to spot. A boot print overlaid by a moccasin track. A scuff in the draw where a man stopped to peer. The neat oval of a pipe tamped in snow and emptied with a thumbnail. Crow points once to the shelf you chose for a rifle rest. Then to the open place 100 yards beyond. You would have had him, he says. Not brag. Not threat. Just a measurement. Back at camp, you scrape and stretch and cut and bind. You pound jerky with a stone the size of a heart. You pour tallow that goes opaque in the cold, like moonlight hardening. You crush 3 choke cherries between thumb and forefinger and stir them into pemmican for the day the mountain steals fruits from every bush. The smoke shrinks. The day spills itself wide, and the tightness that arrived with yesterday's distant smoke loosens without leaving you careless. At dusk, as the first cautious stars open their eyes, a hawk cuts a slow circle above the yellow cliffs, measuring the same valley you do. Crow follows its spiral with his chin and speaks without looking at you. You'll take a longer range tomorrow, he says. 3 valleys. Mark what you see and what you only think you see. Tell me the difference when you get back. He pokes the fire, and sparks leap and die. Where we are now, we're not surviving anymore. We're living. Keep that straight, and you'll make Green River wearing all your fingers. You wrap the robe around your shoulders and let the heat of the day find places to leave you. The wolves start their thin hymn. Far off, a raven laughs once, pleased at something you'll never know. You taste coffee, smoke, and the faint tart of summer pressed into winter. You close your eyes and hear the mountain talk. It sounds less like a threat now, more like whether something to be read and lived with, and sometimes, if you're lucky, outweighted. The following day dawns brittle, the kind of cold that makes the inside of your nose sting before you've even cleared the buffalo robe. Crow is already stirring the fire, steam lifting from the black kettle in curls that look like script you can't quite read. He hands you a cup of coffee, then points upriver with his chin. 3 valleys. He says simply, "Mark the land. Mark yourself against it. Be back before the moon climbs." His eyes hold yours for a moment, measuring whether you've learned to carry silence as well as steel. You shoulder your possibles bag, sling the hawkin, and set off. The first valley greets you with cottonwoods twisted like old bones and a river bend that gleams hard as glass. You force yourself to walk slow. Crow's voice in memory, haste blinds. You note the bend's angle, the way foam gathers in a lazy corner. The otter slides stitched into the bank. A raven wheels overhead, then disappears into the timber, its cry echoing like punctuation at the end of a sentence. The second valley is narrower, choked with willow. You stop often to kneel, pressing fingers to mud for sign. Here a deer has passed too does, hooves small and neat. There, deeper, broader, a bull elk dragging weight behind him, and overlaying both. Faint but fresh, the oval press of a moccasin. Your breath catches. Not crows. Too light. Too recent. You trace the print with your eyes, then scan the ridgeline where shadows lie long. Nothing moves, yet the silence feels tilted, as though the land is waiting for you to decide whether you belong in it. You mark the place with memory, not stone, and keep walking. By midday, you reach the third valley. It yawns open like a great mouth. Cliffs on either side striped red and ochre. Snow clinging to ledges like forgotten cloth. The river here is broader, its surface fretted with new ice that gleams pale in the thin sun. You sit on a boulder and pull a strip of pemmican, chewing while your eyes roam the horizon. A lone pine jutes from the ridge like a sentinel. Below it, smoke stains the air thin, deliberate, rising straight. Not Crow's fire. Someone else's. You crouch lower. Instincts sharpening. The memory of the false camp and Crow's warning thrum inside you like a second pulse. You watch for nearly an hour. No figures move in the open. No sound carries. Not even the call of a jay. Whoever tends that fire knows how to keep secrets. Eventually, with the light bending westward, you turn back. Every step feels doubled your body walking home. Your mind cataloging dangers now stitched into the map. The return journey is heavier. The moccasin track. The smoke. The feeling of eyes. You move more cautiously, circling instead of cutting direct lines. Checking your back trail, the way Crow drilled into you. At one point, a flock of grouse explodes from cover, their wings battering the silence into fragments. You drop to a knee, rifle half raised, until the sound drains away and stillness stitches itself back together. Only then do you breathe again. By the time you near camp, dusk paints the sky in strokes of lavender and iron. Smoke threads from Crow's fire. Humble. Well hidden. Relief warms you, though the cold has sunk deep into your hands. He waits at the edge of camp, pipe in his teeth, eyes fixed on you. Well, he asks. You tell him cottonwoods, deer sign, elk drag, the moccasin, the smoke in the third valley. His gaze sharpens at that last piece. How far? He asks. You measure with your hands. He nods once, then says nothing for a long while. Finally, he claps you on the shoulder, a gesture both heavy and sure. You saw what mattered. That's the work. Tomorrow we shift the line. No sense in feeding another man's purse. He draws long on his pipe, smoke curling around his beard like a second winter. And if they come, we'll know the ground better than they do. That's half the battle won before it's even fought. That night, the valley holds its breath. You lie awake, listening harder than ever. Every crack of ice, every sigh of wind feels magnified, as though the mountain itself is whispering tests into your ear. Crow snores softly, unbothered, as if he has lived long enough to trust the patterns. You pull the robe tighter, eyes on the sparks rising from the coals, and wonder how many winters it will take before you can breathe as easily in the shadow of uncertainty. The morning after your scouting run begins with a silence that feels stretched too tight. Even the river seems to murmur lower, as if wary of what might be listening. Crow's first act is to stamp out the small fire until it sighs into ash. He gestures to the pelts drying on their willow hoops. Pack 'em, he says. We're shifting ground. His tone is matter of fact, but you can feel the edge under it. The moccasin track you saw, the smoke in the third valley, neither have been forgotten. You set to work, pulling pelts free, stacking them carefully, rolling them into bundles tight as bedrolls. Crow dismantles the cache with quick efficiency, each knot coming loose, as if it knows better than to argue. He pauses only to scan the tree line. Best we're not here if anyone comes sniffing. By mid-morning, you are on the move. Pelts lashed to a travois drag behind. Rifles slung easy, but ready. The climb upriver is slow, each bend demanding attention. Crow stops often, crouching to read sign, the faint press of hooves. A feather snagged on bark, the way willows lean from the pressure of recent passage. He grunts once at a scrape high on a spruce trunk bare, restless before true spring. The new camp takes shape on a narrow bench above the river. hidden by a tangle of alder. Crow sets the rules sharp. No smoke by day. Fires only at night and kept low. Pelts stacked beneath spruce boughs where the shadows are thickest. You build a lean-to snug against a rock face. The stone drinking in the day's weak sun and giving it back by night. The work keeps your hands busy, but your ears stay stretched wide, catching every snap of twig, every magpie's alarm. As dusk falls, Crow sets you to watch while he skins a beaver from the day's catch. Eyes on the ridges, he says. Not the fire. You obey. Gaze sweeping the broken skyline. It's there you notice Ida flicker. Faint. High on the far ridge. Not firelight. Metal catching the last rays of sun. A rifle barrel. Or the buckle of a strap. Your heart stutters. You almost speak. But Crow murmurs first. I see it. His knife never pauses. Don't stare. Let him think we're deaf. The flicker disappears as quickly as it came. Minutes drag into hours. The night pressing down heavy. When the wolves begin their chorus, you feel some of the tightness ease. Wolves don't sing so freely near men. Crow finishes the skinning, salts the hide, and sets it to dry. Then he sits close to the coals, pipe glowing like a small, defiant star. Scouts, he says finally. They'll report back. Maybe nothing comes of it. Maybe everything. The days that follow are a study in tension. You check traps with one eye, always on the horizon. Set snares with ears stretched to every shift of wind. Sometimes you think you see shapes moving where spruce shadows pool. Sometimes you're sure it's only nerves. Crow teaches you to leave signs of your own, false trails that double back. Boot prints angled to confuse. Brush bent deliberately to mislead. Make the land lie for you, he says. Better still, if the lie sounds like truth. At night, the two of you sit quiet. The fire banked low. Pelts stacked like a fortress at your backs. Crow hums a tune without words. His pipe smoke curling upward into dark. The mountain seems to lean closer. Listening. You find yourself whispering a thought aloud before you can stop it. Feels like we're ghosts already. Crow exhales. Eyes half closed. That's the trick, he says. Be a ghost until you choose to be a man. Then strike hard enough, they remember your shape forever. On the fourth day, the river delivers another gift, an otter. Sleek and angry, even in death. Caught fast in the jaws of iron. Crow lifts it with care, stroking the pelt with something almost like reverence. That's a fine skin, he murmurs. Worth near as much as 3 beaver. He hands it to you. Stretch it clean. Buyers know when a man's hands respected his kill. That night, as you work the otter hide by firelight, Crow tells a story, low and slow. First time I trapped one of these, I thought I was rich forever. Marched into Saint. Louis with it swinging on my pack like a flag. Thought the world would bow. He chuckles, smoke leaking from his grin. World didn't bow. World just charged more for whiskey and laughed when I paid. His laughter dies soft, leaving only the crackle of fire. That's the other lesson. Greenhorn. Mountain, oh bleed you. Town'll rob you. Only difference is which one does it to your face. You nod. Fingers working the hide. Eyes fixed on the flame. For the first time, the fear of being watched feels less like a weight and more like a fact of life another predator. No different from wolves or Wolverine. You are learning to live with it. To listen without flinching. To walk as if the land itself is the only ally you need. When you finally crawl beneath the buffalo robe, the otters stretch neat beside the other pelts. You fall asleep with Crow's words echoing, ghost until man. Lie until truth. Live until story. The mountain seems to approve, sighing through the spruce in a language you are almost beginning to understand. Dawn skims pale across the alder tangle, a thin wash of light that makes every twig look like a quill scratching at the day. Crow is already crouched by the embers, not coaxing fire so much as negotiating with it. He doesn't look up when you join him. We work the line, quick. He says, voice low. Then we watch. He taps the side of his nose, the signal he uses when talk is done, and listening takes the reins. You move out soundless. Breath stitched tight. Eyes catching on every out-of-place thread the land offers. The first 3 sets pay a heavy beaver at the bend. Another below the snag. A muskrat snarled in roots. Crow lets you do the work. His hands only stepping in when your edge drifts too near the pelt. Clean, he murmurs. Beauty buys coin. You hang the hides on willow hoops in a stand of spruce where shadows gather even at noon. Then smudge the air with a pinch of resin so any curious nose will read fur instead of fat. At the 4th bend, Crow halts. He doesn't tense. He loosens, as if letting his weight settle into the ground. You follow his gaze and see the whisper of it, a single willow stem cut clean. Not chewed. A boot scuff where boot shouldn't be. Farther up, in the snow's thin skin, an oval print with a small tear at the heel moccasin stitched with worn thread. Fresh. The cut's edges still wet. The scuff not yet stiff with cold. Your scalp crawls. Crow tips his chin downstream. The false camp. He breathes. Let's see if the lie still holds. You make a broad loop, walking on wind-scoured patches where your feet won't write much, and ease onto the shelf above the decoy fire ring you built 2 days back. From here you can see the whole little theater, the ring of stones blackened with soot you smeared there, the hung hide that says we're careless, the inviting draw that leads to rock and nowhere. You lie belly down among sage and snow and let your breath out slow until it stops trying to fog. Crow settles beside you like a shadow deciding where to sit. They come like the mountain taught them, as if they'd always been part of the view. 2 men first, then a third after a long pause, each taking a different line, each thinking the others will distract any eyes that happen to be watching. Blackfoot, by their hair, by the cut of their leggings, by the poise that says they've threaded these hills since before beaver was coined to anyone east of the Missouri. Not boys. Not new. Their faces are painted winter dull. Not for show, but for snow. There's nothing hurried in them. The first man kneels at the false fire ring and pinches ash between finger and thumb, rolling it as if feeling time. He nods once, reading the story you wrote for him. Men here yesterday. Not long. Men careless enough to hang hide in plain sight. The second circles wide, eyes crawling the brush for the shape of your minds. The third lingers near the drawjust where your single boot print points head cocked like a coyote listening for mice under crust. You measure the shot to that open place beyond the draw without lifting the hawken. You see it the way Crowe taught you, not as distance, but as time. How long for a ball to fly? How long for a man to turn? How long for his friends to change intention into motion? Your finger rests against wood, not iron. Crowe's hand stays loose, his rifle half hidden beneath his arm. Mouth relaxed not because he is calm, but because calm is a tool. The one at the ring finds your planted flaw, a bit too much ash under one stone because you rushed that part. Because the wind cut your eyes and you wanted the lie to hurry. He grunts, barely a sound, and the three exchange the smallest tilt of chin. They have learned something real about you. You are good, but not perfect. Their leader, the one with an old scar puckering the corner of his mouth, steps toward the draw. Then away. Then toward again, testing the bait line crease you left. He stops at the exact spot a man would stand to peer around the boulder at a camp he hopes is sleeping. You can feel the shelf under your chest like a held breath. Crowe begins to hum. The same, shapeless, no-tune hum he uses when a wolverine calculates or when a river has decided to be unreliable. The sound is frictionless, like water slipping past a rock. It doesn't reach the men below, but it fills your bones where fear leaves rooms. The leader reaches down, lifts the hide you hung like a flag, and studies its edge. He sniffs it, reads the salt, the smoke. He knows quality. He knows work. He knows men don't leave this kind of value in this kind of way unless they're greener, unless they want a thief to take the message home about how a trap feels when it closes. He lowers the hide, considers the draw one last heartbeat, then chooses intelligence over appetite. His hand makes a small circle, and the three ghost backward. Only then does Crowe breathe louder than the wind. Smart, he says, barely shaping the word. Smart is worse for us than hungry. He taps the stock of his rifle. No shooting unless they make the first mistake. We don't turn scouts into blood if we can turn them into uncertainty. You wait long minutes after they've gone long enough for impulsive men to double back. Long enough for patience to prove itself. When you finally slide off the shelf, your legs are icy wire. Back at camp, Crowe makes motion enough to look ordinary and talk enough to keep your voice from turning brittle. We cache heavy today, he says. What we can't carry, easy. The earth can babysit. You dig the pit in the lee of a spruce, where needles fall thick and the smell of resin eats other smells. Crowe lines the hole with rawhide and lays pelts inside in neat courses separated by willow slats, so damp won't chew what teeth cannot. He pours ash-cold fire tow, light o' noses, then lays a skin of earth over all and freckles it with twigs and cones in a pattern that looks exactly like accident. He marks the spot not with a stack of stones, but with absence, 3 stones that should be there under a certain spruce root and aren't. We'll know because of what's missing, he says. No one else will. From that moment you move as if the Diz Valley were filling with water. No straight lines. No talk above a murmur. No smoke by day. The traps you reset. You reset where the river's mouth hides any splash. The meat you cook. You cook under a pot lid that squats low and mean. The coffee you pour. You pour behind a screen of brush. Not for the smell that will travel but for the sight lines it breaks. Each job is the same job it was yesterday. And also a different one. Because now, you do it as if you're dancing with someone standing too close. Late afternoon takes the warmth it never gave. And cloud lowers to a lid. Weather will help us. Crow decides. Watching the gray come down. Men read sign best when sky is clear. We'll move at dark. He breaks the camp in sections, so it never looks like sudden absence. Leave a little, he says. Not something they can trade. Something they can think about. You leave a broken hoop. A shard of charred bone. A print deliberately smudged toward the wrong creek. Twilight sands the edges off everything. You shoulder what weight you can. Pelts near your spine. Possible's bag, snug and light. Crow ties the rest onto the travois and rigs a drag you can pick up later, if the land is kind or if the men behind you forget their interest. He checks your layers the way a father might check a child before a long trip belt snug. Flint tin secure. Spare cap tucked where shaking fingers can still find it. 3 exits. He reminds you. We take the one we trust until we can't. Then the one we hope. The last, we pray it never calls our name. You step into night without ceremony. Snow has a faint crust that holds you if you treat it like something worthy of respect. The river is a moving lane of dark that offers guidance and threat in equal measure. Stars show themselves through rents in the cloud. Stingy, but enough. You read Cassiopeia's ragged crown and let it tell you north. You read the wind's taste colder from the west, now in market against the aim, crow set with a finger dragged through sand. It is not courage that carries you so much as a decision. Feet must be placed. Weight shifted. Breath taken and returned. Somewhere behind. Coyote stitch gossip into the dark. Once. Something heavier crackles on the far bank. You stop. Close your eyes. Turn your head. You let the sound come to you instead of chasing it with your ears. Elk. Drifting toward a gentler meadow. You move again. Once. A raven's wing burr strokes, the air above your hood and your heart jerks against your ribs, not because of the bird, but because of the thought of men who might be as quiet. Near midnight. With the cloud thickened and the world drawn down to the size of your next step. Crow leads you up and away from the river to a bench under boulders starred with lichen. He unlashes the travois and leaves it tucked behind a slab of stone. Hope exit, he says. If we get to come back, he says it without bitterness. If not, the rock will eat the rawhide and the wind will tell no tales. You build a fire the way you did alone. A secret and a pact. Coffee tastes like a truce. Crow takes only a mouthful and passes the cup back. Eyes laughing at nothing. Smart men behind us, he says. Maybe they follow. Maybe they've got other business. He sets the cup down. And the sound is small and sure. We do what we do. We read the land better. We move cleaner. We let them find the places we choose for them to find. He unwraps a strip of pemmican and breaks it in half. Tomorrow, we swing east, he says. If we touch the Crow Trail, we'll walk it until it walks us back into safety. If we don't, we'll make our own line and pray the mountain is in a mood to bless learning. He rubs the back of his hand across his beard and winces the first admission of his ribs remembering river. You get first sleep. He adds, I'll listen. Sleep takes you in quick jerks, like a fish testing a line. Dreams knead the day into a shape you can swallow. Willow cut clean. Ash rolling between a stranger's fingers. A hide lifted and lowered. The way crows hum filled your bones where fear would like to live. When you wake, the fire is a banked animal, and Crow is a statue with breath. He tilts his head toward the east, a slight lightening. The certainty of morning. You sip the last of the coffee and taste choke cherry that lingers in the kettle's seams. You shoulder the pack that is lighter than yesterday because of the hole you trusted the earth to keep. You stand and your knees remember the river shelf and the rope through your palms and the way a man's life came to you inch by inch because you had listened before it mattered. As you step into what the day intends, the mountain feels less like an enemy, more like a stern aunt who expects you to learn her kitchen and, in return, will feed you as long as you mind your manners. Behind you, a raven laughs once the punctuation mark the story uses when it refuses to end just yet. Ahead, the valley opens a fraction wider and, for the first time in days, you feel not just watched, but accompanied. It isn't comfort. It is permission. Dawn is a rumor rather than a color just, a slow unlatching of dark that lets the alder shapes separate from one another. The air feels cleaned with teeth. Crow nudges a coal and pours the smallest breath on it until it flares into an obedient orange. He says nothing at first. He just watches the river's black shoulder move and listens the way he taught you to listen, with your face, with the skin at the corners of your eyes, with the part of your mind that has stopped believing silence is empty. When he finally speaks, the words are a plan already half walked. We swing east, he says. If we touch the Crow Trail, we borrow it. If we don't, we make our own and keep our heads low enough the sky forgets our names. You drink coffee thickened with a finger of tallow and taste the choke cherry that is soaked into the kettle's seams. The heat slips down and sits where courage pretends to live. You bundle what you can carry, light. Check the flint tin with numb fingers. Snug the possibles bag so its weight is a hand on your ribs and not a distraction. Crow taps your belt. Your sling. The cap on the hawken. Each tap a small benediction he refuses to make a ceremony of. 3 exits, he says, because he always says it. Trust. Hope. Pray. You leave no ink where you step. The snow has grown a crust so thin it forgives you only if you ask with your weight before you put it down. You ride the benches above the river, keeping the water's voice to your right, where you can measure it against the wind. The sky hangs low, paper gray, the sun only a paler bruise behind it. You read the land to yourself, under your breath, the way crow hums, willow, bent from last blow. Foxtrot stitching S's through drifts. Fresh hare skip this morning, near alder clumps. The faint slash, where someone cut a switch with steel recent enough to show clean wood with no flower of ice at the edge. By mid-morning you ease into a shallow swale, where snow lays deeper and quiet. Here the wind has done less editing. Sign holds its shape. You find it without trying to, a line of pony track small. Neat crescents, spaced like the beats of a careful heart crossing, at an angle that says not grazing but traveling. One print doubles under another older one. The newer sits lighter. The tail swish has erased a half moon on the upwind side. Close behind. Moccasins, soft ovals. The heel, leaving a small lip where the stitching is tired. 2 men. Maybe 3. Making miles without hurry, but without waste. Crow squats and balances on his heels the way he does when his body wants to be the ground for a minute. Crow. He decides. Or Shoshone. He adds. Because mountains like to make liars of men who stop naming too fast. He lifts his finger to the wind. Their line cuts toward the yellow clay, the same cliffs tall elk taught into your head. You follow their ghost until the land insists you stop pretending you're alone. On a low rise, where sage has burned to black coral, you find a sign that wasn't meant for you, and yet could speak your name. 3 willow wands, stuck upright in snow, each bent into a bough and tied with a twist of grass. Not a trapper's joke. Not kids. A message that says, we are here. We pass in peace. This is our hallway today. Crow looks at you, waiting to see whether you'll hear it. You nod, because your blood has already believed. You answer with the language he taught you months ago when he said diplomacy is also a tool. You take a small twist of tobacco precious as coin and hang it in plain sight on the middle bough. Then step back, in a measured way, to a place where you can be seen before you can be heard. You wait as if you have the luxury of time. 2 minutes. 5. A wind that tastes like dust lifts and dies. Then the land edits itself again, and a man appears in it, where you would swear no man stood a breath ago. He doesn't arrive so much as decloak from his own patience, a crow on a stocky paint pony. Hair-bound. Robe crossed at the chest. Rifle on his leg with the nonchalance of mastery. He doesn't make a show of looking at the tobacco. He simply marks it and files away what kind of men hang gifts in the open rather than hide them like traps. Crow lifts his hand. Palm out. How? He says. The old syllable shaped right. Not as a caricature, but as a shared key. You mirror him. Your other hand open away from the rifle. The rider studies you both the way a man studies a creek before he crosses, it checking for depth where current runs colorless. How? He returns after his measuring is done. His English is spare. Enough to say what matters. Tall elk knows crow. He adds, tapping 2 fingers against his chest where the robe crosses. He remembers tobacco and buffalo tongue. He points with his chin at the valley's eastern shoulder. Come. Talk there. Not here. He turns the horse without waiting to see whether you follow. Crow's mouth makes the ghost of a smile that says you chose well, and none of this means you're safe. You move in a line that keeps distance, but not insult. The way men walk when they intend to trust, but remember that trust is a bird that flies at the wrong noise. The rider leads you to a fold in the land invisible until you're in a bowl of rock and snow with a view lip toward the river. A second pony waits there, and a second man, younger. His eyes quick and bright under hair laced with bits of shell. He takes you in with a single pass of his gaze. Not as prey, but as possibilities. Ears. Crow murmurs so low, the air has to lean to hear him. He's the one who will hear you lie if you're sloppy. Names are given in the rhythm of exchange rather than announcement. The older calls himself Redtail. The younger is Stone in the Water. When Crow says your trail name will greet the youth tries it in his mouth and nods once. Satisfied a stranger might carry it without embarrassment. He asks, plainly, what you are doing in a place where Blackfoot scouts have been measuring snow since it fell. You give him the version of truth that protects the rest of your truths. You trap and you move. You don't cross the river straight. You prefer to owe a favor to Tall Elk's tobacco rather than owe blood to men who read shell lines on their cheeks. You admit you saw smoke where you didn't make it. Stone in the Water's eyes flick to Redtail. Something unspoken changes hands. Our fire, Redtail says. Not for warmth. For looking. Crow gives what he can afford to give without making himself small, and all slender as a needle. 2 steel fishhooks in a twist of cloth, and a little cake of rendered tallow, stamped with his knife's herringbone for a maker's mark. Redtail takes the fat with a small sound of satisfaction that has nothing to do with taste. Winter, he says simply. This is many days. He offers back a loop of sinew cut thin as ribbon for snowshoe lacing, and a pouch of choke cherries like the one Tall Elk gave a quiet way of saying you are inside the circle where summer is saved for winter. You share coffee. The Crow drink it with Courage's face and laugh later at how it chases their tongues. Stone in the Water wants the hawken in his hands, and you give it to him unloaded. Muzzle down. Your palms open when you pass it over. He sights along the octagon barrel and nods slow. Respectful? Eyes lighting at what distance and certainty feel like when wood and iron are married by a man who cares about both. When he returns it, his palm lingers a heartbeat on the stock, as if making a promise neither of you will be in a hurry to speak aloud. News comes as trade, too. Blackfoot sign up valley. A band no larger than a handful scouts. Not hunters moved 3 days ago along the stone ribs Crow had you memorize. They go toward the bend where the river kills. Redtail says, and you hear Tall Elk's earlier warning land on this new sentence with a click. We watched. We wish them business elsewhere. Sometimes wishing is not wind. He draws a map in the snow with a willow twig, your valley, the yellow cliffs. A crooked notch that cuts east into timber where snow lies, crusted rather than deep. Walk here, he says. Men who don't know the land take the pretty path. It leads their feet to Blackfoot eyes. Before you leave, Crow reaches into his possibles bag and pulls out the last of the good needles, wrapped in oiled cloth. He looks at them like a man who knows what they buy and what they cost, then hands them over. Redtail smiles without his mouth. Our women, Bless your hands, he says, which is a thing a mountain gives rarely and men only slightly more often. He points at the sky. Ravens stitch the clouds into pieces with their wings. They talk, he says. Listen. They tell on everything. You part without flourish. No one wants to make a river out of a stream. Crow's stride has a slack you recognize as fatigue from the river day that never left all the way. You take the front without needing him to say it. The notch red-tailed Drew turns out to be exactly where your eyes wouldn't have looked, a line where shadow and light kiss between two cut banks. The floor tamped by elk days ago. The wind curled, gentle as a cat in the hollow. You set your feet on it, like a promise you intend to keep. At the notch's narrowest place, the snow opens under your weight with a sound like a hand slapped over a mouth. A creek runs black and quick beneath. Not wide, but mean. Straight water kills. The line isn't a thought. It is your leg stepping sideways to the inside of the bend, where driftwood is made a snag and the current idles. You cut willow. Fast. And make a tripod of poles you lay across. Lash with sinew. Test with your hands before it knows about your feet. Crow watches you, saying nothing. The crease at the corner of his eye easing when you bounce your weight once only and commit. You go across belly down like he taught you over ice weight spread. Fear folded and tucked where it can't knock the tool out of your fingers. On the far side, you turn and gesture him over. He follows your exact rhythm. And when you pull him the last half yard by the belt because his boot toe slips on a wet stone, he grunts, not in pain, but in agreement. Bends, he says when he's up. You listened. The day stretches longer than it has any right to. Cloud thins and spills a poor light on the country. You cover miles that feel like a thought repeated until it loses its edges. Twice, you kneel and set palm to earth to feel vibration that your ears aren't in the mood to admit. Twice, the news is honest. Elk traveling high. The far slap of a tree shedding a sleeve of snow. Somehow that honesty comforts more than blankness could. It means you aren't deaf. It means you and the land are on speaking terms. In mid-afternoon, the notch gentles. The timber opens into a pocket where wind doesn't gossip. You stop there to gather breath and let the world catch up to your pulse. Crow lowers himself to a granite shoulder and rubs a circle into his sternum, where the river left a thought you can't help but imagine in blue. You brew a sweet coffee with too much sugar scraped from the last of a cone and float a spoon of tallow on its surface like a small moon. He sips and does that thing with his eyes where he looks at nothing because he's looking at everything. You took the lead. He says, finally, as if reading out loud from a ledger he didn't mean for you to see. You didn't ask permission from a single tree. Good. You move again when the light decides to shorten its stride. In the last hour before evening, you hit sign you wanted and didn't want at the same time, a crow trail. Clean and old. Cut into bench and duff by hooves and moccasins and years. It runs not where you would have put it, which is half the point. Crow kneels and lays his hand on it like a man greeting a friend through a closed door. Borrow, he says. But don't write on it. It's theirs. You walk it as if you are walking on a man's invitation, not his floor. It carries you past a stand of lodgepole, where a boy once practiced with a bow 3 arrows still in a stump 3 handspans apart. The wood long since gray. The feathers chewed by weather. It carries you around a hill that would have cut your lungs. Across a frost-hardened bog that would have stolen your boot if you had made your own line. It carries you toward a scent you almost don't trust. Wood smoke that has nothing to do with your fire or the little ones you know how to hide. Sweet. Fat. Many pot smoke. People. Dusk puts its hands on your shoulders. You crest a little rise, and there it is. Tucked clever under a shoulder of clay. A winter camp not large. Not loud 6 lodges. Maybe 8 smoke, breathing straight up, because the air approves. Horses hobbled in a fold, where cat's paw wind won't worry them. Children's prints like stars near one lodge. Old men's steps, shallow but sure near another. 2 boys see you first and freeze in a theater pose, then scatter to tell it. Crow stops at the exact place where a guest should stop and waits. Hands visible and not stupid with eagerness. You mirror him. Heart beating your ribs like a hen, trying to find her way out of a barrel. A figure steps from the nearest lodge. Then another. Then the shape you recognize before you want to say you recognized it. Tall elk. Feathers making a calm weather of his hair. Robe thrown back to show a shirt beaded in blue, work that looks like winter sky caught and stitched. His eyes go first to Crow, then to you. And in both, there is the clean measurement you've come to trust from him. He raises his hand. How? He says. And the word feels less like a greeting than like a door swinging open. Crow answers with that little chin tip that means more here than the biggest bow back east. You add your palm. And when you speak, your voice is bare, but not small. We bring news. You say. And you do, of Blackfoot scouts. Of a false camp that didn't catch them because they were too wise. Of a bend that saved Crow because you listened when tall elk told you where rivers will lie and where they won't. Tall elk hears it all without moving his face much. Then he gestures you in with an ease that makes your knees feel suddenly and embarrassingly human. Eat, he says. Talk after. A woman you know only as the one whose buffalo tongue tasted like kindness hands you a wooden bowl with stew that has the patience of marrow in it. You try not to bury your face. You fail. When you come up for air, Crow's eyes are laughing for the first time in days. There is more talk that night than your ears can wear at once. But what sticks are the parts people say softly. A war party seen far to the north, where they don't usually scrape their darkness. A sickness in a camp 3 valleys away that takes old ones in their sleep. A rumor of French traders with bright glass beads and bad whiskey. A bear with a white patch over its shoulder that learned a man's carelessness and will now not forget it. Threads you can weave into your map later. For now there is heat and food and the particular music of a place that will guard your sleep even if it dreams with one eye open. Before you lay your head down near the door of a borrowed lodge, tall elk touches the pouch of choketcheries at your belt. Then his own. You listened. He says. The same words Crow used. And you feel something unclench under your sternum, like a fist deciding not to be a fist anymore. Tomorrow, he adds, we walk a little with you. Then you go where you must. He doesn't say Green River. He doesn't have to. The word summer has a path to it, even when you're still hip-deep in winter. You slip under the robe, the ground firm and honest under your shoulder. Outside, a raven laughs once, as if to sign the day. Inside, you hear crows breathing and the soft footfall of someone stoking a central fire with a stick to lay a coal where it will help and not hurt. Your last thought is small and surprising. You've been a ghost long enough to choose the shape of the man you mean to be when you step back into your body. The mountain doesn't smile, but the wind does not disagree. You wake to lodge light amber and filtered, the kind that turns smoke into silk. The crow camp breathes around you, coals stirred to life with a willow stick. A kettle tapping softly as steam shoulders the lid. Ponies blowing white ghosts into the morning. Your body registers a luxury you almost forgot existed, sleep that wasn't borrowed by fear. When you sit up, a child no older than 6 peers in, eyes huge and fearless. She grins at the sight of your hair, trying to make sense of itself, then vanishes with the soft patter of moccasins on packed earth. Tall elk stands outside with 2 men. The cold, making ladders of their breath. He lifts his chin when he sees you. A welcome and a schedule in one move. You step out. The air clean and knife bright. And feel every place the winter has turned you into cord and scar. Crow is already there, wrapped in his robe. The color back in his face, and that hard-to-read ease in his posture, that means his mind is 3 plans ahead. Tall elk gestures to a parfleche, laid open on a blanket medicine of a practical sort, strips of smoked meat, a pouch of salt, a twist of sinew, a small stack of dried berries, flat as old coins. You walk east. He says, "We walk with you a little." Then the trail goes 2 ways, ours to hunt, yours to trade. Red tail and stone in the water are the escort. Still and alert as fence posts set by a careful farmer. Women move through the camp with different business zones, scraping a hide with a shoulder blade. Another turning something fragrant in a kettle that smells of fat and onions. A boy brings you a gourd dipper of thin, hot broth and watches politely while you drink, as if the speed with which you empty it will answer a riddle for him. You hand the dipper back with a small bow. He smiles as if you passed. When it's time to go, Tall elk ties a narrow band of quill work around your upper arm. Blue and white in a pattern that looks like water teaching itself to freeze. So our people know you walked right. He says, "Don't wear it to make men like you. Wear it so our children know where not to point arrows." The band is light and sudden on your skin. Crow gives back what he can, spare his last good all, wrapped in oiled cloth, and a small cake of tallow stamped with his knife's mark. Tall elk's mouth tucks at one corner. Winter thanks all hands. He said yesterday. Today he nods and lets you see that he meant it. You move out as 4, traveling in a file that keeps conversation easy and silhouettes small. The notch red tail showed yesterday welcomes your boots like it expected you back. The wind curls in it, friendly as cats. Ravens cross overhead, black stitches on a gray seam. Listen. Stone in the water says, tipping his head. You try. What the world gives back is a list of small truths, the hiss where snow slides from a branch, The cluck of a grouse. The far, soft thrum of hooves you don't see. Redtail holds up a hand, and the file stops as if the ground asked politely. Sign is a language you have begun to learn one letter at a time. Here, it writes fast. Pony tracks splay at a trot, then tighten to a walk. Moccasin ovals float beside them. 3. Then 2. Then only 1 before all vanish across a rock shelf like a story left on an unturned page. Redtail drops to a knee, fingers reading what eyes can only guess. Blackfoot, he says, after a moment. Not to frighten, but to make the truth wear its name. Scouts? 2. Maybe back to their people. He puts his palm flat on snow. Cold covers fast. But not fast enough. What follows is less chase than geometry. Tall elk's men fold you into lines the Blackfoot would least like to see. You take the low sage where your boot won't write much. Redtail climbs a bit to watch the open. Stone in the water hangs back, listening for mistakes that don't have footprints. Crow moves not at the center, but at the edge, where a push in either direction could become the right move or the last one. Nothing breaks, which is exactly the point. War is loud, Tall Elk had said once. But wisdom is what keeps a camp quiet. At a creek cut with black water and white lips, Redtail shows you where to cross without asking the current to introduce itself to your ribs. He chooses the inside of a bend where driftwood makes a snag and ice grows thick from shade. You belly across, distributing weight the way Crow taught you, your ribs scuffing on snow that squeals faint as mice. On the far bank, Stone in the Water crouches and looks along the water line for a long time with no words at all. They crossed straight, he says, finally, almost sadly, and you hear Tall Elk's lesson ring, straight water kills. No bodies in the black-only churn, but the fact sits down behind your heart like a heavy man on a thin chair. The mountain writes its curriculum with lives. By midday, you stop under a shoulder of clay where the wind has left the air alone. Redtail builds a fire that doesn't show itself. A little genius of draft and stone. Stone in the Water boils thin strips of meat with a pinch of salt until the water tastes bigger than it is. You drink and feel your fingers thaw from the inside. Tall Elk looks toward the east as if he can see summer with his eyes. 3 days, he says. Maybe 4. Redtail counters. The pessimism of a man who has buried friends. Crow nods. Pessimism is just math with more data. The talk at the fire doesn't skip into legend. It walks in a straight line through need. A sickness, Redtail says, where the sun sits 2 hills away. It takes old ones slow and children too fast. Crow's grin loses its jokes. We won't touch your lodges, he says. And Tall Elk nods once, not offended. Good, he says. Our women are wise, but winter is greedy. He touches the quill band on your arm, not to fuss, but to remind the world of its promise. When you pass another of ours, show this before your shadow. We will know it and let you walk. When the fire becomes coals, Tall Elk stands and ties his robe with a gesture that ends a chapter. We leave you where the ground remembers our feet, he says. After that, the mountain teaches again. He looks at you last. Remember what you heard, he says, not what you hoped. Hope is good for hunger. Truth is good for walking. Then he smiles in his eyes the way he does when he is about to test what he trusts. You will see the summer camp, I think. You listen like a man who wants to live. There is no higher compliment here. The parting is not theater. Redtail draws a map with a toe, a ridge that looks like a sleeping bison. A small lake under it frozen as a held breath. A bluff where clay turns yellow like old paper. A notch after that which smells of juniper year-round. Stone in the water takes your Hawken in his hands one more time. Not to covet, but to bless. And returns it with 2 stones. He found that ring when struck flint worth more than compliments. Tall elk pulls you into a brief, hard embrace that tells you 2 things at once. You are welcome, and you are not theirs. Crow clasps his forearm. Grip iron. Silence full. They peel away. You and Crow stand until the landscape edits them out. Then you shoulder what weight the day allows and press on. East. Always east. Because every direction that matters now feels like it bends that way. Toward trade and noise and more coffee than a man can drink without setting his hands to foolishness. The ridge that looks like a sleeping bison is exactly where Redtail promised it would be. The lake under it is as still as truth. The bluff does. In fact, wear the yellow of old paper. Each landmark is a rung. Each rung says, remember someone thought of you when they made their map. Toward evening, you angle down into a meadow, dented by old camps, the kind of place men choose without talking. The grass lies matted in circles. Last year's. A winter's worth of memories pressed into it. You and Crow don't build a big thing. You build a small one. Well, a windbreak, low and mean. A fire pit that drinks its own smoke. A bed of boughs that promises your bones a conversation rather than an argument. We sleep light, Crow says. By habit and necessity. Dawn will tell us, if we were wise, in the pocket of quiet that belongs to fire's first sure minutes. Crow sets his pipe aside and studies you the way he studies a bank before he decides whether the ice will hold. You did right today, he says. Simple. Like a man stating weather. Praise from him lands like a skill you'll get to keep. You talked like the land taught you. You watched like you meant to pay attention. You learned from someone else's mistakes before you wrote your own. He picks at a burr in his moccasin fringe until it lets go. That'll take you to summer more surely than a strong back. You stir the kettle, and the broth answers with small taps. In the hush, you hear something you've begun to trust, not safety. Not yet. But permission. The wind tastes of dust rather than steel. Wolves test the dark with a single question and, getting no answer they like, move their song elsewhere. A raven makes one note and is done. Satisfied with whatever arrogance satisfied it. Later, with the world reduced to a bowl of warmth under a vault of cold, Crow tells you something he hasn't yet. The first time he walked into a rendezvous with enough pelts to feel like a man who could tell the mountain to wait. He describes tents like a forest made of cloth. knives flashing like fish in a river. Traders with their language turned into coin and argument. Songs that started as business and ended with men on their backs, laughing into the dust. "It'll take your senses in both hands," he says. "You'll think the worst danger's a fist." It isn't. It's forgetting the quiet work that bought you the right to stand there. Keep the quiet. Spend the rest. You sleep to that an instruction and a warning twined like rope. Sometime in the thin hours your eyes open to the red lid of coals and the black beyond it. And for a heartbeat, you see the day behind you differently, a circle of women around a kettle. A boy measuring how men say thank you. Tall elk's hand, briefly heavy on your arm. The room in the world that opens when you carry someone else's map with respect. You pull the robe closer and breathe slow until sleep takes the message and files it where you'll find it when you need it. Dawn will come with a list. You'll cross the creek at the bend because you listen. You'll skirt the pretty path that leads to eyes because a friend drew the ugly one that doesn't. You'll keep your pelts where the sun can't tell on them. You'll drink coffee against the cold and tallow against the lies bodies tell when they're tired. You'll be a ghost until you choose to be a man again. And when you choose it, you'll mean it. For now, you sleep as if you've been granted a small loan from summer. The mountain does not bless you. Exactly. But it lets you be. And out here, that's a kind of grace. Morning skims pale over the meadow, where old camps have pressed rings into the grass. And the cold has that polished feel that makes your teeth think about complaining. Crow is already up, blowing on a coal, the way a man encourages a stubborn muleno pleading. Just persistence. The kettle taps once as steam shoulders its lid, and he tips a spoon of tallow into the coffee as if signing his name. East, he says, and the word seems to lengthen the light. Bison Ridge, Yellow Bluff, Juniper Notch. If the mountain is willing, you take stock the way he taught you hands on what matters. Flint tin, char, owl, needles, sinew, spare cap, the pouch of choke cherries that has come to feel like a promise you can drink. The pelts ride high and tight on your back. The weight of winter condensed into something your spine respects. You wrap the quillwork band tall elk tied around your arm beneath the capote sleeve so it's there for the right eyes and not for the wrong ones. When you shoulder the hawken, Crow's palm taps the stock of benediction without fuss. The day at first is all small mercies. The river voices itself low and steady at your right shoulder without inventing surprises. Willows flash the tiniest green at their tips where sap has remembered what it is for. Geese pass in a high, ragged line. Their calls like rusty hinges on a door you want to believe will open. In a cutbank you find last year's wasp nest papered thin as breath, and Crow tosses you a look that says tuck a strip into the possible's bag paper catches a spark when all else sulks. The ridge that looks like a sleeping bison appears where Redtail's boot drew it in snowets hump a long swell, its head shouldered against the wind. The trail around its brow is worn and wisely chosen, sheltered from the west that eats men. On the lee side you pause where a porcupine has made a den in a hollow snag. Quills glitter like ice in the half-light under the lip. Trade, Crow murmurs. Respectful. You take only what the snag offers without argument-loose quills gathered with a forked stick. Singed hair drifting away like black snow as you clean the little you dare. The meat you leave. You may be hungry later, but you're not starving today. And it pays to keep one kind of hunger at a time. Past the ridge, the country folds into clay badland teeth and tongues. Slick and faithless under a dusting of new gropal that makes each slope look polite until it isn't. Here, the wind doesn't move so much as lie in wait. Pooling cold where you weren't expecting it. You climb as if you owe the hill money. Crow probes ahead with a willow pole. Listening not with ears but with shins, for the wump you've been trained to fear the soft. Wrong settling that precedes a slab letting go. When the sound comes from the slope to your left, a muffled sigh too big to be anything else, you both freeze and angle for the safety of trees, taking the long line rather than the pretty one. Steep doesn't kill you, Crow says without looking back. Greed does. At the top of a clay tongue, the view opens enough to give you options. You drop to a knee and study the country the way a reader studies a map that's been left in rain. Far off, a line like a pencil mark stitches the white pony track. It's old enough to have lost its edges, but new enough to be honest. Beside it, the softer oval of a moccasin print. One toe slightly turned from a man whose ankle once had its way with him. Crow drifts to your shoulder and says nothing, which you've learned means you're seeing what he sees. You test the wind with a pinch of ash off your glove. It lifts and falls without commitment. They turn north at Yellow Bluff. You decide. Not because hope says it, but because the line does. Crow's mouth makes that quick. Inward smile, that is, approval spending itself, frugally. You angle toward the bluff, and it finds you exactly where Redtail promised. Stained the color of linen that has hung in smoke too long. In its face are old slides healed over smooth. Claw marks big as oxen hands that belong to water more than animals. The path under it is narrow and littered with shale that skitters if you brag. Crow goes first because there are times for students and times for salvage. And this is the latter. He moves as if his boots are apologizing for being heavier than the wind. You mirror his footfalls and do not admire the drop. Beyond the bluff, timber tightens. The trees gossiping in a voice that says the wind wants a fight but hasn't picked one yet. You cross a creek at a bend where ice thickens from shade. Belly down again. The memory of the river shelf living in your tendons like a rule. You don't bother to argue. On the far bank, elk tracks braid and unbraid in a meadow's crease. Crow kneels and takes a breath of their shadow. Calf, last year, he says, pointing at the small print pacing a cow's. They'll bed high today. We'll let them dream. Hunger announces itself around midday, the kind that is less a stab than a tide. You tuck into pemmican, the choke cherries stitching their bitterness through fat, and let the heat sit like a coal in your gut. Crow gives you a strip of dried tongue, the gift tall elk sent along its salt, delivering a brief clarity that makes the world draw more sharply. Trade carries a man farther than pride, he says, which is another way of saying you have people, and having people is part of not dying. The sky goes from gray parchment to slate without asking, and with it the wind finds its new opinion. Snow arrives not as flakes, but as grit. Hard little beads that bite your cheeks and write sleet scratch against your hood. Visibility tightens like a belt. Crow shifts his pace to the rhythm you've come to recognize measured. Stubborn. A refusal to be hurried into mistakes. The land flattens into lies. The ridge you aimed for smudges into another. The draw you meant to avoid edits itself into your path. Stars tonight. You say, but it's a joke with no heat. You make your own bearings feel, how the wind builds on your left. Count steps between landmark things, you can still taste more than see, the tang of juniper. The iron of a rock you smudged with your glove. The whisper of water on black where a creek refuses to lace into quiet. You come out of the grit like waking. The juniper notch is right where Redtail drew Itwo flanks of rock with trees that smell like a hymn. In its lee, a raven crosses high and then doubles back to cut the same line again. A sign you have learned to keep. Crow doesn't stop. We ride the last of this light, he says, and even the word ride. In a world where your feet are your horse. Feels generous. The last hazard of the day arrives not with drama, but with its absence. A slope that offers you an easy contour has the wrong sound in its hollow under the crust. A drum you don't want to beat. You test with the pole and feel the give that says the slab will go only when it's sure both of you are committed. Trees. Crow says. And you both take the higher. Uglier traverse through scrub and deadfall, letting branches scratch truths into your arms rather than letting snow write lies under your feet. At one point, a root catches your toe and throws you hard against a trunk. Your breath hammers out. You taste pine sap and copper. And when you can think again, Crow is already there. One hand on your shoulder. Not fussing. Just counting heartbeats with his grip until your chest remembers itself. No hero tracks, he says, which is his kind of tenderness. Dusk does that thing. It always dew slips down the slopes as if someone has decided to shake the color out of the world. You come up on a low saddle, and beyond it, suddenly, the country changes its mind. The land opens into a bowl so broad your eyes have to widen to drink it. Far away, beyond ribs of timber and swales of white, the basin takes a blue that has nothing to do with snow and everything to do with distance. Somewhere out there, past more trouble than you can currently list. A river bends toward summer, and men put up canvas and talk too loud and pay too much and trade their winters for tools they'll use to earn another. Green River isn't in your eyes yet. But your bones know where east becomes a promise rather than a fight. You don't celebrate. You build small and build well a windbreak tucked into the present. Saddles hollow. A fire that eats its smoke. A bed of boughs that forgives the day. The kettle clicks polite on the coals. You run a finger around the rim and taste iron. Tallow. A ghost of choked cherry. Crow sits with his back to the wind and pulls his pipe without lighting it, as if the shape of the thing is comfort enough. Tomorrow, he says. It isn't a prediction. It's a ledger line. In the near dark, you do the little chores that mean the difference between comfort and suffering. Scrape ice from moccasin seams. Warm the flint tin under your shirt so it won't sulk in the morning. Check the lashing on the pelts where a day's worth of snag and slide has worked it loose. You pass the quills you gathered through your fingers, imagining them traded into a woman's careful hands that will make them into water stitched on skin. You remember tall elk's hand heavy on your arm and the way a boy measured how you drank. You remember the Blackfoot prince skirting a bend that would have killed a man who didn't believe the river's grammar. You remember the wolverine and the rawhide cache and the rope between your palms with Crow's life on the end of it. The memories arrange themselves without ceremony into something like a map you can read without looking down. Wolves essay a question into the night and then decline to follow up. A coyote laughs in its sleep. A tree pops its own knuckles. Somewhere far off, a single shot cracks a hunter paying for meat or a fool paying for showing off. You and Crow look at each other and then look away. Men out here choose their own endings every day. You are busy enough working on yours. Before sleep, Crow says, "You kept the 3 exits in your head today." And you hear the good underneath the sentence, even if he doesn't spend the word. Tomorrow we'll spend hope only if we must. Trust will carry. He thumbs the pipe bowl, sets it down, and draws the robe to his shoulders. Green River's still a long week and a half of careful, he adds. But I've put money on longer odds and walked home with my hair. The fire writes its letter up the flue, and the stars begin to pry at the cloud with cold fingers. You lie on your side, facing the east. That is also the bowl. That is also the idea of being somewhere you can name. Before your eyes close, you find yourself whispering the litany without needing it to answer. Bends. 3 exits. No hero tracks. Straight water kills. Hope is for hunger. Truth is for walking. The mountain doesn't nod, but it doesn't interrupt either. Out here, that's as close to applause as you should expect. Morning breaks as a thinner version of itself. The sky washed pale as bone. The saddle's bowl breathes frost when you stand. And the wind makes small work of your heat if you get cocky. Crow warms his hands around the kettle, then pours coffee that tastes faintly of iron and old cherries. He doesn't say the word east, because the day already knows its job. He only checks your sling, taps the flint tin against his knuckle, and lifts his chin toward the low run where the land flows without asking for too much blood. You move early to make a habit of luck. The snow is crusted hard enough to carry you if you ask nicely weight spread. Steps quiet. Breath measured. In the flats, willow tips blush with a rumor of sap. On the slopes, the wind keeps its gossip tucked behind rock. You read the country aloud inside your chest the way Crow hums, foxline crisp, hair crosshatch fresh, elk crease high, where timber promises shelter. A coyote ghost walks a ridge and disappears down the easy side, choosing wisdom over pride. You grin before you remember grinning waste's warmth. At a narrow creek crowded by alder, you pause to listen for what water intends. It runs quick but honest, around a bend where ice thickens. And you go across belly down, because you will never again think a shortcut is anything but a future story someone else tells about you. Crow follows without a grunt or a joke. His breath unshowy. His hands sure. On the far bank, you shake melt from your sleeves and taste your own wool. East again. Always east past a beaver meadow pocked with old houses. Past a snag scored by bear claws. Tall as your hope. Past a patch of open ground where wind has brushed the snow into calligraphy and left the letters unpronounced. Near midday, the weather throws a coin and lets it land on wind. It comes thin and steady from the south. A Chinook's smaller cousin, carrying the far-off damp you've learned to respect. The river that braided the basin shifts color under Itla's pewter. More ink-canned, the ice at its edges talks in small, private clicks. You pace beside it at an angle, careful to keep the straight stretches in your eye so you can preempt the river's lies with your own decisions. When you have to cross, you do it at a curved place where driftwood has snagged and the current curls back on itself like a well-trained dog. The world starts offering signs like gifts from people who can't help themselves. A whittled willow left pointed in the sand and pinned with a pebble. A horse apple, fresher than yesterday, but older than an hour. Footprints in duff that show a split toe and then remember how to be ordinary, the mark of a man in a hurry who thought better of it. Company. Crowe says, without joy or fear. Not our shadows. Might be our future prices. Your first smell of Rendezvous arrives the way homesickness does, unexpected and entirely specific. Wood smoke that's tasted pork fat. Then coffee. Then smoke again. Leather oiled with tallow and handled by many hands. Wool that remembers river. Wet dog. Whiskey. The scents peel off the wind in layers your nose can sort even while your eyes are still doing the work of distance. Crowe slows because good news wears a knife under its coat. We come in invisible, he says. We let the day see us before men do. The basin opens proper at last, as if some old hand pulled a blanket off it. The river flexes through grass like a black ribbon laid careless. And beyond there, tucked under a fold, as if the land itself is embarrassed by so much noise canvas and poles bloom like the first of a species. Tents throw sunlight wrong. Smoke lifts. Color glints where flags have been convinced it's summer. People bend the distance into sense. Horses strung along a picket. Oxen standing like small barns. Men moving with the peculiar posture of people who've spent a winter talking mostly to fires and now remember there are crowds. You stop on a rise and let the sight find its full size. Crowe doesn't break into a grin, men like him don't, but something leaves his shoulders that was too old to carry. There, he says. And it's not a destination so much as a ledger, getting ready to argue with itself. Your own chest does a small mischief hope, climbing over wariness toward a seat it hasn't earned. You push it back with a hand and take stock the way a winter's worth of lessons taught you. 3 exits first. 2 obvious the river's bends, north and south. 1. You pray not to use the Badlands. Teeth to the west, where even shadows limp. You mark them all and say nothing. The last mile is the longest, because each step shortens one life and starts another. The nearer you come, the louder the world gets. Hawkers calling beads and needles. A man cursing a mule with sincerity and variety. Laughter that started as a bargain and ended as a dare. The brisk clack of cards on a barrel head. Fiddles that don't agree on a tune, but decide harmony is for later. The smells multiply until they lose their edges. Fresh bread. Char. Hair singe. Wet wool. Bear grease. Onions. A stew made from mystery and courage. Etiquette is its own kind of weapon here, and you shoulder it along with your pelts. Guns unloaded. caps pocketed, knife sheathed, hands loose, eyes curious but not hungry. Crow lifts a palm to men he knows and men he won't know for the right price. Jackson steps into you from nowhere with a grin too wide for one mouth. Beard ungoverned. Eyes glad in a way his stories never managed. Thought the mountain ate you. He barks. Then slaps Crow's shoulder like an admiring insult. Webb materializes with a deck of cards already in his hand, as if he intends to teach you all the wrong lessons again. Peterson nods once, the scar in his palm catching sun. Crow doesn't hurry trade. He arranges it. The pile of pelts beaver slick and silver. Otter dark with a secret. Shine becomes a measured thing under his palm. A factor with an ink-stiff beard and a quick quill weights each bundle on a scale that looks too dainty to decide a year. Prices are a song the East thinks it still gets to write. Beaver down. Beaver up. Otter, always dear. Coffee dearer. Powder priced like truth. Crow never argues the first number. He invites the second with a tilt of head that says he can walk his goods to another tent and not break stride. What starts as arithmetic becomes respect. The factor writes faster. You watch coins become coffee. Lead. Powder. Caps. Owls. Needles. Cloth. Salt. A mirror so small, it's only good for pride and a moment's vanity, like a camp joke. Crow sets aside the hardest money for what the land won't counterfeit flint and steel. A kettle with a lid that seals honest. A whetstone that sings above a blade instead of screaming at it. When the ledger's dust settles, you have a pack that smells like future tallow and iron and chicory, and the faint medicine of a sack of dried berries that carry summer hidden in it like a good secret. The day unfolds with the brainless joy of people who've lived alone long enough to miss other people's trouble. There's shooting at marks carved into a fresh log. There's a man who can split a playing card edge on at 30 paces and then misses his own cup from 2 feet. There's a race in the river where someone pretends to drown for applause and then actually swallows the cold wrong and needs hauling. There's music that turns men into boys again and boys into men with more speed than judgment. And there's the well-known sharp edge of trade dressed up as celebration, whiskey that asks for collateral from dignity, dice that don't owe you fairness, a joke that lands where a fist has been waiting. You watch. You smile. You step back when the spiral tightens. Keep the quiet. Crow told you, spend the rest. You hoard quiet like coin. Not all business is tents and quills. On the second run through the milling, a small woman with quillwork bright as river stones steps into your path and touches the band Tall Elk tied around your arm beneath your sleeve. Her finger, light but sure. She nods, eyes curious and satisfied. Crow gifts her a needle. She gives him news, sickness waning in a camp 2 valleys away. A Blackfoot war party counted where no one expected counting. A trader with glass that breaks in the cold because it wasn't made for weather. You feel Tall Elk's map settle into your bones again. Layer atop layer. Until you could walk east with your eyes closed and your feet would still find honesty. Near evening. Color burns low across the basin and shadows grow like seeds getting their way. Trade winds down to murmurs. Fights cool to rumbles that live to bark tomorrow. Tents take on the private light that means coffee and gossip in equal measure. You and Crow sit a little outside the main ring with a kettle, hanging polite, and a plate of bread that tastes of grease and gratitude. Your hands don't shake even when the day unspools slowly. You think of the rope between your palms on the river day. You think of the wolverine testing the truth of your knots. You think of the false camp and the smart men who read it correctly. You think of Stone in the Waters listening. Red Tail's flint. Tall Elk's hand heavy with a promise that wasn't words. Crow passes you a cup. Fingers steady. Well, he says, not for talk, but for punctuation. He studies your face the way he studies weather and then nods once. Slow. You got here with all your parts, and some you didn't have when you came out. He lifts his cup, a fraction the least ceremonial toast the world ever made. To men who listen. You answer by raising yours. Because these are the only speeches the mountain allows. The coffee tastes like everything hard made simple. When Crow stands, you stand with him. He looks over the basin where tents glow like tame stars and the river answers itself over and over. Tomorrow we make mistakes like people who haven't earned them yet. He says, half a joke, half a rule. Tonight we bank the fire like men who know what they're keeping. You walk the last light to a spot where the ground remembers other camps and pitch your shelter with hands that don't need permission. The boughs bed you as if they've been waiting. The kettle clicks on the last of the boil. Somewhere, not far away, a fiddle remembers a tune and then forgets it on purpose. Laughter does the same. You tuck the pouch of chokecherries where you always keep it and let the weight promise summer in a clever whisper. When you finally lay down, the robe is warm on your chest and the night is busy with stories you don't need to join to be part of. You begin to think you might sleep without rehearsing the exits. And then you rehearse them anyway. Because survival has become muscle, and you are fond of muscle that saves you. You close your eyes on a basin that has decided, just for this evening, to let you be a man instead of a ghost. Set the cup down. Feel how the warmth leaves your fingers slowly, as if reluctant to abandon the places it has kept alive. Let the camp sounds soften on their own voices, lowering. The clatter of a plate becoming the hush of cloth. The last joke finishing itself and then choosing to rest. Above the canvas roofs and the neat angles of poles. The evening slips toward gentle. Stars dare themselves into the blue, like small lanterns finding their hooks. Breathe in the smoke-thin now. Sweet now and taste the faint memory of cherries. The clean line of coffee. The softer echo of bread. Your shoulders can ease. They've carried enough. Crow's breathing settles first. The steady rhythm of a man who trusts a few things for tonight. Let that rhythm anchor you. Let the ground hold your weight without commentary. The mountains are still here. Their edges quiet. They're dark like folded wings. They ask nothing from you except what you've already given. The river will keep talking, but softer. Its voice smoothed by distance, by the curve of bank. By the way, night persuades water to move like silk. Ravens have tucked their stories under their own feathers. Wolves push their song farther away on purpose so the foals and the children can sleep. Slow the breath. Longer in, longer out. The kettle is off. The coals are low and patient. A last ember shows its small red eye and then closes it. Content. Think of all the maps you've collected that live inside you now, the bend where ice holds. The notch that smells of juniper. The ridge shaped like a sleeping bison, and let those shapes drift like gentle clouds across your mind. You do not need to hold anything tight. The lessons aren't going anywhere. They will wait precisely where you left them. Now dim whatever remains. Tuck the robe higher to your chin. And listen for the easy hush that comes when a long road agrees you've earned your rest. Sleep takes the watch from here. Sleep. And be kept.